Good morning.
We are live now.
So very good morning. I'm Dr. Obhirup Banerjee, Senior Resident in the Department of Endocrinology of Neelata Shaka Medical College. On behalf of Endocrine Society of Bengal, welcome you all delegates and dignitaries in today's webinar themed on celebration of a triumphant century. We selected this date because on this day in 1922, the pancreatic extract prepared from Dr. Frederick Banting and Dr. Charles Best in the laboratory provided by Dr. James MacLeod in Toronto General Hospital, Canada, and later purified by Dr. James Bertram Colip, was successfully injected to the first ever human recipient of insulin injection, then a 14-year-old boy, Leonard Thompson, who was suffering from type 1 diabetes mellitus. With this, let's start with the opening song by Dr. Utshav Dash, who is currently working as a senior resident in the Department of Pathology of Calcutta National Medical College.
কত অজানা রে জানাইলে তুমি, কত ঘরে দিলে ঠাই, দুধ কে করিলে নিকট বন্ধু, পরকে করিলে ভাই, কত অজানা রে জানাইলে তুমি, কত ঘরে দিলে ঠাই, পুরানো আবাস ছেড়ে যাই যবে, মনে ভেবে মরি কি জানি কি হবে, পুরানো আবাস ছেড়ে যাই যবে, মনে ভেবে মরি কি জানি কি হবে, নূতনের মাঝে তুমি পুরাতন, সে কথা যে ভুলে যায়, কত অজানা রে জানাইলে তুমি, কত ঘরে দিলে ঠাই, জীবনে মরণে নিখিল ভুবনে, যখনই যেখানে লবে, চিরজনমের পরিচিত ওহে, তুমি চিনাবে সবে, জীবনে মরণে নিখিল ভুবনে, যখনই যেখানে লবে, চিরজনমের পরিচিত ওহে, তুমি চিনাবে সবে, তোমারে জানিলে না নাহি কোনো মানা, নাহি কোনো ডর, সবারই বিলায়ে তুমি জাগিতেছ, দেখা যেন সদা পাই। কত অজানারে জানাইলে তুমি, কত ঘরে দিলে ঠাঁই।
Thank you, Dr. Utshav Dash. May I request Dr. Dasharathi Sarkar, the President of Endocrine Society of Bengal, to deliver the inaugural address. Sir, please turn on your mic.
Ashwinti, you're not audible.
Audible now?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Endocrine Society of Bengal, it is my proud privilege and great honor to welcome you all in this fine morning. Let me welcome our Honorable Guest in Chief, Dr. Professor Suhita Pal, Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Health Service, the member of our organizing committee, members of Endocrine Society of Bengal, other endocrine friends, DM and MDPGTs, and webinar attendees. Today, 23rd January, is a red letter day in the Indian history. It is the 125th birth anniversary of our beloved national leader, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. And at the outset, let us pay our homage and deep respect to him, to our national leader, national hero. Today, we are going to celebrate the triumphant century of insulin journey since its discovery in 1921. You all know millions and millions of lives are saved with this insulin in type 1 and type 2 patients, where it's very, very useful to prevent varied complications, to prevent morbidity and mortality, and to ensure the physical well-being and working ability. Overall, the staggering effect in global economic burden due to the diabetes and pre-diabetes has been alleviated with great extent with this insulin. In these auspicious moments, we also want to recall and pay homage to our great Indian diabetologist and endocrinologist from Calcutta, Dr. Jyoti Prakash Basu of the School of Tropical Medicine, who started injecting insulin to type 1 patients in 1923. The same year, Frederick Banting and J.J. MacLeod got the Nobel Prize for the discovery of insulin. Today, in this special webinar, we are going to have a great academic feast, particularly on insulin and its ongoing modifications throughout this long journey by a galaxy of diabetologists and endocrinologists all over India. Hope you will enjoy this webinar with your entire satisfaction. Thanks very much. Over to Ovilu.
Thank you, sir. May I request Professor Shurita Pal, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of West Bengal University of Health Sciences and today's guest in chief, to declare the session, the webinar open, and to give the inaugural address.
Yeah, I declare this session open. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I declare this session open. And good morning, everybody who are attending this webinar at this right moment. And I really wish to thank my friend Nilanjan specifically for inviting me as the guest in chief for this auspicious occasion, I would say, because we are celebrating the triumph of insulin, particularly over the 100 years on diabetes. So the Endocrine Society of Bengal has been doing a great job, and I have been associated with this society. I have been there in the previous programs of theirs also. I had been invited and I was very happy, and I was a part of those programs. So this is really a very great opportunity to be with you and to share small little views of mine, which I thought I would share today with you all, because you are all so very learned. Faculties are there, the PG scholars are there, the senior residents are there. So we all know that definitely insulin from 1921 to 2021, you are learned people in the field of endocrinology, and myself being a pharmacologist discussing on the types of insulin. You are there to do it today. What I would like to add on, since we all know that we Indians, there is 74 million, the data also you must be also aware of. But the thing which we need to, you might percolate this to the policy makers, that till now the government has not, I don't think so, it has got any specific agenda point for the treatment of type 1 diabetic children, because that is definitely on the rise, especially in the underprivileged children also. So whether we could think of in that manner, that it is the right of every type 1 diabetic to get the insulin, specifically in the underprivileged age group, in the underprivileged children, and in these people. So that part, I think you should try to send a message to the relevant people so that something can be done about this. Because ultimately you would all agree that not always people can come to a state government hospital to get the insulin. And definitely the pharma companies also, they are doing a great business. But sometimes it so happens that in our socioeconomic status, people are not capable. So many newer devices, newer molecules and things are coming up, but it is not always that people are able, they can afford to get access to these molecules and devices. So that way, some sort of policy by the government, whether you on behalf of the society can tell them in the essential drug list also some of these molecules, if they could be brought, and maybe some more children would be benefited. That is one part. And being the Vice Chancellor of the West Bengal University of Health Sciences, as in the beginning Nilanjan was saying, we have got a strategy. We have taken up the agenda to facilitate research activity in ways possible. I request the Endocrine Society of Bengal, if you have any research ideas, any proposals which we can collaborate with you in our limited capacity. I'm saying limited because in the very, it is just the beginning, it is just still in the conceptual form. But very soon, I think if all work hand in hand, we can come up to a substantial contribution to the society and research in particular. So the Endocrine Society of Bengal, please come up with some research proposals, research ideas, or maybe some activities that would try to inoculate this need of research amongst our UG, PG students, scholars, faculties, not only for the purpose of promotion and publication of an original article in some index journal, but something beyond that. Now, actually, the research is limited to publication of some original article in some index journal so that we can get promotion, or maybe it adds value to our CV. But we need to look beyond that in order to promote and facilitate research in the long term. And another thing I would like to request, that since so many learned speakers are there today, the West Bengal University for Health Sciences has launched a YouTube channel. So any educative lectures, videos which you think would be beneficial to our students, not only our students, but all the student fraternity all over the country and world. If you want to just contribute to that YouTube channel, since we have started this only from the 1st of January on the foundation day of the university this year. So please contact us, please send us your videos, your educative lectures, so that more and more students, specifically in the COVID era, and now we have learned to utilize the virtual platform. We have learned to take help of the social media in a profitable manner. Social media also can be used when we used to get an essay writing television, bhalo ar mondo, the advantages and disadvantages of the television. Now it is the time, the advantages and disadvantages of the social media. So let us take the advantage part and get away with the disadvantage or the vices part of social media. It can do good and can do bad also. But please come up with some of your excellent lectures. I know you are very good faculties, you remain extremely busy, but more and more people like Professor Chaudhary is there, Professor Shengupta is there, and so many other persons who are just now attending this webinar whom I cannot see in person. Please come up with some educative lectures, videos, so that more and more students, more and more people can access them through our YouTube channel. And another third and the last thing I would just like to tell you in this platform, that we have started a journal of the university also. It is on the process of indexing. At this right moment, what I was telling, that look beyond your credentials for promotion. If the professors, senior teachers are there, if you be kind enough to send some original articles to us so that we can publish it in our journal, that will help us in indexing our journal. We want good original articles so that we can add value to our journal, because it is now time to nourish the journals, and we are expecting that by end of 2022, definitely we will have an indexed journal of the university where all the faculties of can take benefit of that, because at the time, again, coming back to the promotional criteria also, we are sometimes in search of good journals and we don't know how to publish, when to, where to publish. The university wants to come a step forward and have this journal. Initially it is one journal, but if we all work together, maybe in near future we will have separate journal for all the domains, because university is not only modern medicine, but it is also Ayurveda, dental, pharma, paramedical sciences, so and so forth. Now we have more than 217 institutions. It's a huge university by this time. And we all need, there had been, I think, some sort of communication gap had been there, but now it's time that we work together, we work hand in hand. University is your university, because the administrative office of the university, the administrative building of the university is not the university itself. It is the university is with its faculty, with its students, and all associated with it. So I have taken, maybe I have taken some of your time to say my views, because I thought that I would be able to reach at least 100 people who would be interested in working with the university in particular. I don't think so I should take away more of your time. I thank you all again, especially the organizers, and I'm very sure it is going to be a very successful webinar with a start dot in time, which sometimes is not possible, but it has been a very good start. The inaugural song was very, very good. I realized that Utsav is a trained singer, and I really wish to thank the organizers and congratulate them on hosting such a good webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam. Now may I request Professor Shubhankar Chaudhary, sir, the chairperson of the organizing committee of the today's webinar, to make concluding remarks.
Very good morning, Madam Shurita Pal, our guest in chief, President of the Endocrine Society of Bengal, Dr. Dashrathi Sarkar, the Secretary, Professor Nilanjan Sengupta, and all of the members of the Endocrine Society of Bengal for providing us the opportunity to organize this event. And I think another person who has worked very intently, closely is Dr. Soumik Goswami. So really, if there is any success, the success is for their hard effort. I possibly just represent a face to this effort. And there are many others, especially we will be enriched by the faculty, the chairpersons, the speakers, who are who's who in the field of diabetes endocrinology, not only from across India, but even from far off UK, Cambridge in UK. So warm thanks to all of you for having agreed to participate. And we also do acknowledge the help, the support that's provided by the pharma industry, various programs. And while we talk of the discovery of insulin, the use of insulin, we do remember that the pharma industry has also done its work. Maybe they are more geared to looking at their pharmaceutical or industry interests, but in the process, there is no doubt that the insulin that was developed in the laboratory in Toronto has come a long way. We have got so many different options now. And in this field, giants have been Novo Nordisk, and we're happy that they are with us this morning. Another big giant, Lilly, has probably given their insulin or anti-diabetic portfolio to Cipla. So we have at least their representative, Cipla, to support us for this program. Sanofi has been a later entrant to this field, but has made big strides. And once again, we acknowledge their help. We also have a support from Indian companies. Basically, two of the major Indian companies in the insulin field have been Biocon. They are there with us. Wockhardt somehow is not with us this day. And Lupin, as a big pharmaceutical giant, also has major effort in helping the cause of insulinization of people who need it. So our sincere thanks to all of them. And we are, of course, already overstepped our time limit for the inauguration. But thank you once again, Madam Vice Chancellor, for those encouraging words, for the new directions that you are taking our university towards. We hope we will all be able to contribute fruitfully. With these few words, let's bring this inaugural ceremony to a close and go on to the scientific program proper. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now moving on to today's academic session. The entire session will be recorded and subsequently uploaded in YouTube. The first session is Toronto Tough. As you all know, insulin was discovered in Toronto, Ontario of Canada. With this, may I request Professor Shubhankar Chaudhary, sir, who is a teacher of our teachers, professor and head of the Department of Endocrinology of IPGME and SSKM Hospital, to chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Over the last 1.5 years, we have heard, come across several talks, presentations related to the discovery of insulin. Possibly today, we want to know more, to know about the lesser known facts related to the discovery of insulin. And so we had to involve some very special person, Dr. A.G. Unnikrishnan. I'm very happy to present before you. Dr. Unnikrishnan is the CEO and a chief endocrinologist at the Chellaram Diabetes Institute in Pune. He was a past professor in the Department of Endocrinology at the Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences in Kochi. He is a wonderful speaker, as you will soon find out. He has prolifically contributed to various index journals, and he has, of course, won several accolades, awards befitting his stature. So over to you, Unni. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you
Yes.
are, and visible.
So let me first of all thank the Endocrine Society of India, Dr. Shubhankar Chaudhary, and Dr. Nilanjan Sengupta for this invitation. And in my talk, I thought that I will talk about certain lesser known aspects of the discovery of insulin. We are all aware of the classical stories of insulin and the first patient and so on and so forth. So I thought I will discuss some of the lesser known stories regarding insulin. So this is a story of famous, almost famous and little known people, of serendipities, discoveries and rediscoveries. So I will begin with an introduction. The first part of my presentation will be called Apology for an Island. Second part will be called the $1 Smile. The third part is called What Could Have Been. The fourth will be the Nobel Connection, and then the summary. So just to introduce the topic, when Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon, he said, "That's one small step for a man, and that's one giant leap for mankind." And the future is already here. Because from then on, we lived in a world where humans had set foot on the moon. And the discovery of insulin is no less wondrous and stunning than any other scientific discovery, because it paved the way for understanding diabetes, the measurement of insulin, understanding insulin resistance, and also designing newer and newer therapies. So with that, let me go on to the next part of my presentation, which is called Apology for an Island. So the island I'm referring to is the islets of Langerhans. But before it became the islets of Langerhans, in February 1869, Paul Langerhans presented a thesis titled Contributions to the Microscopic Anatomy of the Pancreas. In that, he referred to islands of very clear cells throughout the gland, and those cells were staining differently from the surrounding tissues. He also noticed that these cells were richly innervated, but he could not suggest a function. So what did he do? He actually apologized, because in those halls where very revered senior scientists and academics were looking at him, expecting him to explain what this was all about, he could not offer an explanation. And therefore, in his PhD or his thesis, Paul Langerhans actually apologized to his examiners for the lack of novelty in the thesis, which actually contained the first description of pancreatic islets. The islets were named for Langerhans later in 1893 by a Frenchman called Leguesse in a paper in which he speculated that this group of cells were responsible for an internal secretion of the pancreas. So whenever we do research and whenever we find out some facts which may or may not have a meaning, which may be a spin-off of the existing research, we are often, many people rush to label those findings as being esoteric or idiosyncratic, but some of these findings may lead the way for path-breaking discoveries. If all findings were to follow previously held beliefs and norms, then we wouldn't have new research. So this is an example of somebody who had to really apologize for discovering something which has actually changed the lives of millions of people with diabetes. So that is why I call this Apology for an Island. With that, I come to the next part of my lecture, which is called the $1 Smile. And we are all aware about the four scientists, Banting, Best, MacLeod, and Collip. MacLeod was a senior scientist who was in charge of the laboratory, and Banting and Best helped in the pivotal studies which discovered insulin. We are also told about Collip. Interestingly, the first extract which was injected, insulin extract which was injected into the person with diabetes, did not work, and it was a second extract which was prepared by Collip, which actually worked. But very importantly, and there have been stories of some sort of hinting at some sort of friction between these scientists. Well, I'd like to gloss over it, because at the end of the day, what these scientists did was something which was beyond any a major scientific discovery could offer. Many scientists today discover products or inventions and hold a patent and go on to make use of them commercially. But whatever said and done, whatever their internal differences have been, these four scientists, and there is a fifth scientist who lost out because of the toss of a coin, and I will come to that in my next part of my presentation. But these four scientists, Banting, Best, McLeod, and Collip, they were awarded American patents for insulin, and which they sold to the University of Toronto for just $1 each. I call this section the $1 smile, because that was an act of generosity which goes unparalleled in the history of scientific discovery. People rush to patent a single modification of a single molecule, and then they go on to mass produce it and sell it for billions of dollars. And here is a time where four scientists gave away their discovery. Never mind who won the Nobel Prize, who didn't win the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize initially went to Banting and McLeod, and therefore both of them shared it with the other two. But more importantly was the giveaway generosity, which was so magnificent that $1 would have bought a smile for millions and millions of people with diabetes dependent on insulin, and also to many of those children with type 1 diabetes whose very lives depended on insulin. And that's why I call this section the $1 smile, because that is another lesson that we could learn from the discovery of insulin. So I started in the beginning, I introduced the topic, and I talked about Neil Armstrong, the astronaut, and how a man stepping on the moon was a fantastic occurrence, and that the production and the development and the discovery of insulin was also a wondrous and stunning moment in the history of diabetology. Then I began to talk about an apology for an island, where Paul Langerhans was literally asked to apologize because he felt that people thought that his finding was so trivial, and that finding was the islet of Langerhans, which later led the way to discovering the beta cells and the product of the beta cell, which was insulin, and really which led to discovering insulin, showing you that whenever we researchers like to get a neat p-value and we find that one outlier is there which doesn't fit in with our hypothesis, and we tend to gloss over it. But I think it's time to focus on that outlier, that point which we gloss over, because that might be the beginning of several new noble thoughts in scientific discoveries. Just to highlight that apology was led to the discovery for which he apologized has been a discovery which has beaten many such other scientific discovery. Probably more important than Langerhans' thesis was the little island he discovered, for which he had to actually apologize for, probably for getting his thesis approved. Maybe I'm just speculating. Third is the $1 smile, in which I said that scientific discovery is given away for the benefit of mankind. And here I'd like to showcase the difference between recognition and accomplishment. When we look at the Nobel Prize, we often see recognition. What is recognition? Recognition is that people have recognized, say, Banting and Best and McLeod and Collip or whoever for their invention. But what is accomplishment? The accomplishment is what we ourselves feel that we have contributed to science. And I think when those scientists gave away the patent for insulin for that $1, that accomplishment is much more than the recognition. So we had the Honorable Vice Chancellor talking about it's important to contribute to our own journals, our own society journals, and she was rightly talking about the university journal, and also talking about not to publish only for the sake of promotion, but to publish for the sake of research and science. And that is where it is more important to accomplish than to be recognized for something, because what you accomplish will lead to science. So I'm a firm believer in not looking at H index or the number of citations, but looking at the quality of what you publish being important for people who are reading. And that is much more important than actually looking at the numbers of citations or the awards or honors that they receive. And therefore, that giving away of the patent is much more of an accomplishment than the recognition given by the Nobel Prize. My next part of my presentation, I will talk about what could have been. And that is a story of what could have been and how people miss out. It's also important to look at how and why they miss out. And I'll talk about that a little bit. So in 1905, the French physiologist and endocrinologist Euglene Gley, I hope I've got the pronunciation right. I'm not a Frenchman. I don't have knowledge of French, but in 1905, he deposited a sealed envelope. We look at why he did it. That's more important, but he deposited a sealed envelope with the society in Paris. And that contained a document titled "On the Internal Secretion of the Pancreas and its Therapeutic Use." In this, he described experiments he performed on pancreatectomized dogs between 1890 and 1901. He wanted to test the hypothesis of Lagouisse that the islets of Langerhans would secrete a substance that could lower the glucose through the urine. So Gley actually described experiments that he's performed on pancreatectomized dogs between 1890 to 1901. And what he actually did, he developed 15 to 16 years before the discovery of insulin, he developed an aqueous pancreatic extract, TAT, which when administered to diabetic pancreatectomized dogs, reduced glucosuria and significantly improved diabetes symptoms. So friends, this work on pancreatic extract being injected into dogs to reduce glycosuria had been done many years prior to 1921, where insulin is said to have been discovered. But later on, it was not until 1922, after Banting and Best had published their discoveries, that Gley had his ominous envelope opened and read out. And when he read out that, it was said that Gley had actually done this work years back. From today's perspective, this approach seems to be very strange and incomprehensible, but it is not. I'll come to that in a moment. Because apparently this was not totally unusual at that time if the author or a researcher could not complete or continue his research for some reason. So it appears that in 1905, Gley had actually done the work. He had taken the pancreatic extract, injected into dogs, and then he actually reduced glycosuria, and he had discovered, for all practical purposes, he had discovered insulin, but he couldn't continue his work or complete his research. And maybe he found that he had reached a dead end in his research. And this happens to scientists even today. They are able to work on a particular topic of their passion, but once they reach a point where they are not able to get funds, or their work isn't getting published in a high impact scientific journal, sometimes because that journal charges money for publication, because patents, to even register a patent might cost money, sometimes because some journals might be an old boys club which will not accept articles beyond their group. So these things happen even today at a lesser grade, but they happened even then. And maybe because of a combination of these reasons, Gley was he was constrained to, okay, I found this. I'm not able to go public with it. Maybe nobody's believing me. Maybe I can't continue this research. Maybe I'm not able to complete it. Maybe lack of funds. Maybe I want to pursue some other area. So some of these reasons, or simply because people may not have given importance to the findings, and unlike, he may not have wanted to say apologize for this. So therefore, I'm just speculating here. He put it in an envelope and said, you open it later, I may be proved right. Similar things happen even today, because we've seen many times in India, young researchers pursuing topics, and then when they're not able to pursue it further, they are forced to move abroad or stop their work, or move into another industry, just because they're not able to complete researches. And this can happen not just in India, across the world. And this is something we need to remember. Before I end, I'd like to go to the final part of my presentation, which is the Nobel connection. And here I'm not only going to talk about Nobel, I'm going to talk about Noble. So there's one man called E. Clark Noble, Noble. The Nobel Prize is Nobel, and this gentleman is Clark, Noble. He was a common thread in the discovery of insulin and wine blasting, but he was never celebrated like Banting, Best, MacLeod, and Collip. In fact, he could have won not one, but 2 Nobel Prizes, and his name was Noble, and he had noble thoughts, so to say. So Clark Noble was one of the first members of the University of Toronto insulin team. You can see him with Charles Best in this picture. And we don't know if the story is true, but there was a toss of a coin and to decide who would join the insulin discovery lab. And both Charles Best and Clark Noble tossed a coin to see who would join Banting's team. And then it is said that Clark Noble lost and Charles Best won. And that's how Charles Best joined Banting's team. Now, this story of the coin toss has been contested, but nevertheless, it is true that Clark Noble may not be by a toss of a coin, but he came within a whisper or a whisker of actually winning the Nobel Prize, because Clark Noble performed important early studies to characterize insulin action and co-authored many of the original papers describing insulin. But because even then, even though his name was not there, MacLeod wanted to involve Noble, and he hired Noble during the summer of 1923 to develop a new method that could help mass produce insulin from fishes. But this commercial production of insulin from fish was impractical, because earlier the insulin was derived from pancreatectomized animal, and this taking the insulin from fish was impractical to produce in large quantities, and this was given up very rapidly because methods to produce mammalian insulin improved very rapidly. So again, Clark Noble lost out, but Noble went on, and he played a small but very important role in one of the most important Canadian contributions to cancer chemotherapy, the discovery of vinca alkaloids, vinblastine, vincristin, by Clark Noble's brother, Robert Lang Noble. So he was a physician, E. Clark Noble. He was involved in 2 of Canada's most important medical discovery, both in insulin and cancer chemotherapy in the 20th century. We would have thought that he'd become famous, but such was not Clark Noble's fate. He missed out on 2 Nobel Prizes, but more than that, he isn't celebrated like others. But does that really matter? Once you're gone, does it really matter? The important fact is that he's contributed to science, and that must give his soul happiness. In addition to the Nobel connection of Noble, there are several Nobel prizes that have been awarded for work relating to insulin. And here you have some of them. You have, for example, the discovery of insulin by Banting and Best team, the sequencing of insulin by Sanger, which won a Nobel Prize, the structure of insulin by Hodgkin, which won Dorothy Hodgkin the Nobel Prize, measurement of insulin by Rosalind Yalow and Samuel Burson, which insulin was the first hormone to be measured, and Yalow and Burson discovered immunoassay. Mechanism of insulin was among the discoveries of Dewey, and the physiology of the pancreas by Pavlov. So several insulin has been associated with several Nobel Prizes. And I'd like to dwell on Rosalind Yalow a little bit and the discovery of insulin by Rosalind Yalow. And this is an editorial I wrote many years back called The Other Insulin Story of 1921, because 1921 was an important year as far as insulin was concerned. But unknown to many, the year set a beginning of another glorious chapter in the field of diabetes. And the date was 19th July 1921. The place was New York City. A little baby girl was born to two European migrants, Clara Zipper and Simon Sussman. That little baby girl would grow up and marry Aaron Yalow. She would be called Dr. Rosalind Yalow, the Nobel Prize winning phenomenon, because she discovered the first method to measure hormones. And the first hormone that she discovered to measure, the first hormone to be measured was insulin. And interestingly, Dr. Yalow discovered how to measure insulin, and the hormone itself, insulin, was discovered during the year of her birth. So that's very interesting, because after Dr. Yallow's stunning discovery, we were able to measure insulin properly. We were able to quantify beta cell function, insulin resistance in research studies. We could understand the physiology of diabetes much better. But more importantly, this led the way to discovering and measuring hormones by immunoassays. From radioimmunoassays, we've gone on to now chemiluminescence assay. And as I mentioned here below, Dr. Yallow's research has a very interesting association with India, because Dr. Kochupillai from the All India Institute authored a paper on thyroid hormone measurement with Dr. Yalow, and that led to thyroid hormone measurement, T3, T4, TSH measurements in India. And Dr. Kochupillai went on to be a legend in the field of endocrinology, and also paved the way for many thyroid-related studies in the future. And that is something that association of a scientist, Rosalind Yalow, a woman in science in those days, it was difficult for a woman to reach the pinnacle of scientific discovery. Dr. Yalow also mentored other people, which compounded her success further. And one of those mentees or collaborators was Professor Kochupillai, who made a huge impact on endocrinology, thyroid function testing, iodization of salt, and many other such discoveries in India. And therefore, friends, the discovery of insulin is a story of famous, almost famous, little known people, of serendipities, discoveries and rediscoveries, which has impact all over the world, including our country. It's been a pleasure to discuss this topic with all of you. Thank you for inviting me. And it has been an honor to be at this meeting organized by the Endocrine Society of Bengal.
Thank you, Dr. Unnikrishnan. I'm sure you all agree that was wonderful storytelling and imparting knowledge and wisdom as well. I think I don't see many questions in the chat box, and I would profusely thank Dr. Unnikrishnan for making us wiser. In fact, I must admit that I wasn't quite aware of the story of Eugene Glay. Thank you for contributing to my knowledge and hopefully spreading important message in relation to sharing of scientific knowledge without narrow commercial interests. So with this, I would bring this session to an end, and let's go over to the next session. Over to Ovirup.
Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. A.G. Unnikrishnan, sir, and Professor Shubhankar Choudhury, sir. Now we have come to our next session, that is Alliston Arena. Alliston is a small town in the province of Ontario, Canada, where Dr. Frederick Ann Banting was born on 14 November 1891. So the next session will be chaired by Dr. Tirthankar Choudhury, sir, who is a consultant endocrinologist at Apollo Clinicals Hospital, Kolkata. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much and very good morning. And I thank the organizers, especially Professor Nilanjan Sengupta, for inviting me to be here. I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Ganpati Bantwal. He'll be speaking on basal insulin, past, present, and future. I think we'll have a very interesting talk because basal insulin has become increasingly relevant in initiation and treatment of diabetes. So I would, without wasting much time, Dr. Bantwal, please.
Thank you, Dr. Tirthankar Chaudhary. Thank you, Endocrine Society of Bengal. Thank you, Dr. Nilanjan Chaudhary, for the invite. I'm actually pleased to be a part of this program. So in the next 20 minutes, I'll speak on basal insulins, the past, present, and the future. If you look into the evolution of treatments for diabetes, in 15,000 BC, opium was used, 1706 low carbohydrate diet, 1850 hypercaloric diet, 1870 sugar-free diet. Then in 1916, you had starvation diet, 1921 insulin. So you can see we are celebrating the 100th year of the discovery of insulin. Insulin is synthesized from a larger molecule, which is a pre-proinsulin in the pancreatic beta cells. And via the signal peptide, it will enter into the endoplasmic reticulum. And there it's acted upon by the prohormone convertases 1 and 2 and the carboxypeptidase E. And as a result of which the proinsulin gets converted to insulin. Along with that, the C-peptide is also released. This is how the structure of insulin is. You have the A chain containing 21 amino acids, the B chain containing 30 amino acids. And this, you all know this, Banting and Best with the dog Marjorie. The miracle of insulin, you can see December 15, 1922, and this is on February 15, 1923, what has change it has made after the discovery of insulin and giving this. And this is how the original insulin vial looked like. And as Dr. Unnikrishnan already mentioned, the highest number of Nobel Prizes have been given in association with the insulin discovery and other things like sequencing, etc. Insulin is a definitive treatment for diabetes because you have both impaired secretion and action, and exogenously administered insulin overcomes both defects, and hence it's a definitive therapy for all types of diabetes. Insulin concentration, it's a potency, insulin potency is measured clinically in units. So 1 unit originally was defined by Banting's team as that volume of pancreatic extract that reduces blood glucose to 45 milligram per deciliter when injected into a 2 kg fasting rabbit. How is insulin normally secreted? You can see that you have a basal secretion, which is around 0.5 to 1 units per hour. And then in response to meals, you secrete insulin, and those are the boluses. Coming to basal insulin, I will not go into much into the boluses. So basal insulin is a steady, low level of insulin that is constantly present in the circulation to cover the overnight fasting period mainly and postprandial state to some extent. Physiologically, as I told you, it's continuously released at low level, 5 to 15 microunits per ml in response to hepatic glucose output. It facilitates the maintenance of normal plasma glucose concentration in individuals without diabetes, which is around 80 to 90 milligrams per deciliter. If you go into the timelines for insulin development of basal insulins, first in around 1922, insulin was discovered. Then the PZI came in 1936, that is a protamine zinc insulin. 1946, we had the NPH. In the 1955s, we had lentase and the semi-lentase, ultra-lentase. 1980, the recombinant human insulins. 1988, the Novasol basal. 92, we had the glargine. 96, the Detima. Then 2010, the Degludec. 2011, the U300. 2010, we also had the pegylated insulin from Eli Lilly. Coming to the types of insulin used in diabetes, you have the animal insulins, short-acting, intermediate, biphasic. Human insulin similarly, and then analog insulin. You have the rapid-acting boluses like Lispro, Aspart, Glulysin, long-acting glargine, Detimar, Degludec, glargine, U300. You see the evolution of basal insulin development from generation 1 to generation 2 basal insulins overcoming limitations. So 1946, we had the NPH. So if you see compare the profile, NPH did have a peak compared with glargine, we did not have. Similarly, if we compare Detimar and insulin, They were almost same, but Detimar was slightly shorter acting. And then Degludec was a real true long acting. And then we had the U300 also, which was clear-cut 24 hours action. NPH consisted of an insulin combined with protamine. This was a protein isolated from the rainbow trout sperm in a zinc suspension. So this protamine prolonged the absorption time of the insulin from the subcutaneous tissue because of its dependence on proteolytic enzymes to cleave the protamine from insulin. So it has an intermediate duration of action, 10 to 16 hours, peaks in 4 to 6 hours, and a less predictable profile of absorption and activity than the newer long-acting insulins. Lente and ultralente are crystalline suspensions of human insulin with zinc that provides more slower onset and longer duration of action than human regular insulin. So the difference between lente and NPH was lente contained excess of zinc, and so it could not be mixed. It had an excessive inter and intra-patient variability. You had to rotate the vial numerous times to properly resuspend the solution. And also it did have some local subcutaneous tissue factors, and hence it was discontinued. NPH contains insulin in stoichiometric proportions, and hence it is still there. And you can mix it with other insulin, like you have the pre-mixed insulin, which contains NPH with the regular insulins. This is how the action profile of NPH. So one problem was it did have a peak effect, and hence we had to take it at bedtime so that the peak would happen at around 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock when the counter-regulatory hormone starts to increase. Whereas glargine, if you compare it with the gold standard glargine, it did not have a peak, though some say it did have a peak after 12 hours. And that's the reason we prefer to give it in the night at bedtime, because the peak would happen in the morning when the counter-regulatory hormones are more. Coming to the limitations, does not mimic physiological basal insulin secretion. The peak action is 5 to 7 hours after administration. The risk of nocturnal hypoglycemia if it was administered before dinner. Duration is 12 to 18 hours. You had to give it twice daily. You had to mix it properly. A lot of variability, up to 58% variability. Coming to the present, you have analog basal insulin, the first generation glargine, Detimar, more slowly absorbed, designed to provide a low level of insulin throughout day and night. The second generation, they are designed to act more than 24 hours. You have the U300, Degludec, we have that. Detimar used to act for around 16 hours. We had to give it in the nights. Many of them required twice daily insulin. Glargine, 10% of the patients with type 1 required twice daily glargine. If you see the evolution of the basal glargine versus insulin, this figure shows NPH versus glargine, insulin Detimar versus glargine, shorter duration, and then Degludec versus glargine. So it had a more flatter profile, and U300 versus glargine, once again, U300 having a more flatter profile. The time action profiles of the insulin available today, the rapid acting, the short acting regular, the intermediate NPH with a slight peak, and then you have the long acting Detimar, glargine, the Degludec U300. Insulin glargine is a recombinant human insulin, diarginyl glargine. So it's considered as a reference standard basal insulin. Over 15 years of data, proven efficacy and safety, including CV safety. Once injected in the subcutaneous tissue, glargine forms a depot of hexamers from which monomers are slowly released into circulation. Up to 24 hours duration of action, once daily at the same time every day. Detimar is a neutral, non-crystalline, clear, soluble insulin preparation in which the residue B29 lysine has been covalently bound to a 14-carbon myristoyl fatty acid, myristic acid. So the Detimar structure is composed of 4 molecules of insulin in an asymmetrical unit, in addition to zinc ions, chloride ions, phenol molecules, and fatty acid side chains. So the mechanisms for the protracted action, the reversible binding to albumin, and the delayed absorption due to self-association. So this is how it is, year 2000 onwards versus, you can see the NPH glargine, the detimer. Now coming to generation 2, we have the U300 versus glargine. So here you have a more compact and a smaller depot that leads to more gradual and slower release of insulin from the surface of the depot and more constant and prolonged glucose lowering profile, maintaining blood glucose control beyond 24 hours. And if you see the PKPD, if you compare it, it improved the glycemic control with less fluctuation, 55% lesser nocturnal confirmed or severe hypoglycemia, and stable glucose profiles when administered either in the morning or evening. It did show some improvement in A1C reduction, lower risk of hypoglycemia and weight gain compared to glargine 100. But nowadays we have what is known as a treat-to-target studies, so the A1C reduction will be the same. Generation 2, U300 versus U100, lower rates of anytime and nocturnal hypoglycemia. Similarly, this is with the degludec from the BEGIN trials, so demonstrated less hypoglycemia versus glargine. So how is degludec different? Degludec binds strongly but reversibly to albumin via its fatty diacid side chain, resulting in increased plasma protein binding of more than 90%, as a result of which you find that the duration of action is more. Now coming to the future, what are the unmet needs with the current basal insulins? You had to give insulin daily. Previously it was 4 times, then it became once. Now you request a little lesser. Fear of injection, need for frequent monitoring and titration. Insulin inertia is there. So probably we could overcome this with newer insulins. So attempts at weekly insulin development, the basal insulin pegylated Lispro, half-life of 2 to 3 days. The structure was pegylation of Lispro, resulting in the large hydrodynamic size. Efficacy was similar to glargine. It was said to be hepatospecific. So it used to act at the level of the hepatic liver. So hepatic glucose production used to come. In fact, it was found to be superior in phase 2, phase 3 trials, but the issues were elevated triglycerides and liver enzymes, and hence we had to stop it and also query liposcopy. This is how it is. So the hydrodynamic diameter of the pegylated Lispro is about 4 times larger than that of Lispro. So as a result of which the duration of action improved, renal clearance decreased. So there are a lot of other insulins which have been developed. Now I'll just name them. AKS from Axton Biosciences. Then you have the single chain insulin FC fusion variants from AstraZeneca and the AB101 from Antria or Resolute. Preclinical and phase 1 studies. Astra has not moved forward. And then the AB101. So here what's happening is you are binding the insulin to the FC portion of the immunoglobulin. Now, as a result of which the duration of action is prolonged, and that has been used. And in the AB101, it has been pegylated and microsphere delivery has been done. Then you have the HM12460 LAPS insulin and the HM12470 from Hanmi Pharmaceutical, the same thing once again, FC fusion, phase 1 trial going on. Then you have this Insumera, phase 2A, so where you have ELP-ation, that is elastin-like polypeptide elation. There is a monomeric human insulin fused with an ELP, a recombinant PEG mimetic strategy. Then you have the BIF from Eli Lilly, once again the AFC fusion protein. And then the one which is having the highest development is insulin icodec from Novo Nordisk, phase 3. I'll come to that more. So these are the structures of the various insulins. So coming to the summary of the phase 2 clinical data. So the BIF1, the BIF-A2, A1 and the A2 and degludec comparison. So they all began with A1C of 8.2. And you can see the change in fasting plasma glucose was lesser compared to that of degludec. Hypoglycemic events were similar, you can see, or slightly lesser, though non-significant. Change in the body weight was actually significant. Just 1 kg weight gain compared to 2 kg with the degludec. You can see it's significant. And A is where non-significant, serious A is once again where non-significant, serious hypoglycemic events were also non-significant. Coming to insulin icodec. This is a long-acting basal insulin analog intended for once weekly treatment of type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Subcutaneous administration, half-life of 196 hours. How have they made it long-acting? There are 3 amino acid substitution at BA14, B6, and B25, and addition of a C20 fatty diacid impacts strong and reversible albumin binding, and all modification contributes to slow receptor-mediated clearance. It interacts with the insulin receptors to activate the same signaling pathway to give the same full metabolic effects as human insulin, does not demonstrate increased binding to the IGF receptor, and has low mitogenic potential. The only problem is, since continuous release from the albumin-bound depot leads to prolonged action, and it is expected that steady state will occur after 3 to 4 weeks. So it takes a longer time to achieve. So if somebody has a very high glucose, don't expect it to come down in the next 1 or 2 days. And the slow release of albumin-bound icodec combined with slow receptor is expected to buffer against dosing variation. So variability could come down. So addition of a C20 fatty diacid containing side chain at B29 via a hydrophilic linker imparts strong but reversible albumin binding, 10 times that of insulin detima. And the 3 substitutions which I told you, A14, B16, and B25, reduce enzymatic degradation and contribute to attenuating the insulin receptor binding and clearance, further prolonging the half-life. So there was a New England Journal article on once weekly insulin for type 2 diabetes without previous insulin. In this randomized double-blind, double-dummy phase 2 clinical trial, the efficacy and safety of once weekly treatment with the basal insulin analog icodec, they were compared with U100 glargine in patients with type 2 diabetes who had not taken insulin. The baseline characteristics were the same. They began with an A1C of around 8.09, BMI of 31. All had similar microvascular complications. So you can see here, overall, there was not much change. The A1C came down to 6.8, 6.69 in the icodec versus 6.87 in the glargine. You can see here. More number of percentage of patients less than 72 versus 68. Less than 6.5 was 49 versus 39. icodec doing shade better. The 9-point profile, once again, icodec was better. And the insulin dosing was actually lesser with icodec compared to that of glargine. And the key secondary endpoints, fasting, I told you, not much difference. Body weight, not significant, though it was almost similar, you can say. Safety measures were similar. Serious adverse events, injection site reaction, hypersensitivity, hypoglycemic events were all similar. The conclusion from this study was once weekly treatment with insulin icodec had glucose lowering efficacy and a safety profile similar to dose of once daily insulin glargine in patients with type 2 diabetes. So these are the other studies with insulin icodec. Once again, icodec versus glargine. This is once weekly in patients without previous insulin treatment. At the end of the study duration, you can see that A1C was almost similar, 6.69 versus 6.67. Everything else was almost similar. And then you had one here study where the patients were switched from daily basal insulin with 1 or more oral, up to 3 oral agents. They switched here. There were 3 groups. One continued to be on the glargine. The other one, icodec, there was a loading dose, and the other one, icodec without the loading dose. So the icodec loading dose actually did perform better, 7.1 versus 7.4 and 7.4. A1C was also 0.8, 0.5, 0.5. And you can see the target A1C less than 7, more number of patients achieved, 45% up to that. Time in range, all these things were actually did slightly better. Hypoglycemic events were similar. So all were almost same. So this is the one which I told you, the icodec with the loading dose performing better. So there are a lot of phase 3 clinical program going on for ICADEC, the Onwards 1, 2, Onwards 6. We were a part, but unfortunately could not recruit we could not recruit because you required basal analog and basal human analogs. We had a lot of patients on human regular with analog insulins, basal insulin, but we couldn't get, and because of the pandemic, we couldn't even recruit. Many were not hesitate to come to St. John's for this. So what are the points to ponder? Long-term safety. We are using a once week, high initial dose. Will it produce hypoglycemia? Delayed steady state. You require at least 3 to 4 weeks. Suppose you develop hypoglycemia, what can happen? Patients with hyperalbuminemia. So coming to the summary of insulin timelines. So first, 1922, first clinical use of insulin. 1930s, you had the PZI. 1946, you had the NPH. Then 1953, the Lente. 1982, the semi-human insulins, rapid-acting insulin in 1996. 2000, the long-acting insulin analog. You had the Exubra, which was withdrawn in 27. 2014, the biosimilars. 2013, the Degludec. 2015, Afrezza. Fast-acting insulin, Aspart, rapid-acting, U300 in around 2015, 2016. Pegylated insulin, the recombinant insulin plus EDTA. The future is recombinant insulin plus hyaluronidase, biochaperone, smart insulin. That's how it is. So to conclude, in spite of multiple milestones achieved over the last 100 years, insulin is still in constant development, beginning with the NPH and then to the basal analogs, glargine and detimer, and the second generation, the U300 glargine and the Degludec. The next achievement is the once weekly basal insulin. This novel once weekly formulation has the potential to be a true game changer and will represent one of the great strides in the development of insulin therapies. So far, these once weekly formulations have demonstrated similar glycemic control to once daily long-acting insulin analogs, and despite having a longer half-life and activity extending over a week, they have been associated with rates and incidence of hypoglycemic episodes that are similar to those of marketed basal insulin. Thank you for patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ganpati Bantwal, and taking us through the lanes and by lanes of basal insulin, the past, present, and future. I congratulate you for being very informative. I cannot see any questions on the chat box, so I hand it over to the organizers for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tirthankar. Thank you, Nilanjan and Dr. Shubhankar for the invite.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Tirthankar Chaudhary, sir, and Professor Ganpati Bantwal, sir. Now moving on to our next session, that is London Lounge. London is a Canadian city in the southwestern Ontario, just north of Lake Erie, which houses the Flame of Hope and which is adjacent to the Banting House National Historic Site of Canada. Now I would like to invite Dr. Uma Kaimal Saikia, Madam, who is an associate professor and head of the Department of Endocrinology in Guwahati Medical College, Guwahati, to chair the session. Over to you, Madam.
A very good morning to all of you, and thank you to the organizers, especially Professor Nilanjan Sengupta, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session on a very interesting topic, which has come into the limelight in recent years, that is the effect of insulin and the brain. And there have been a lot of recent work in this field on the effect of insulin on eating behavior and on energy metabolism. So without wasting much time, I would like to request our esteemed speaker, Professor Dr. KVS Hari Kumar, who will take us through this topic. He is a consultant endocrinologist in the Magna Clinics, Hyderabad. He has been awarded the ICMR Shakuntala Amir Chand Award. He has given various orations. He has received the Dr. A.R. Seth Gold Medal from the Endocrine Society of India, the Thyroid Rising Star Oration from Indian Thyroid Society, and the Young Investigator Awards. He has also been judged as the best referee and also received best article awards from from the Indian Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism. So I request Dr. KVS Harikumar to kindly dwell on the topic.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind words. Good morning, everybody. First, at the outset, it's my pleasure to be part of the meeting of Endocrine Society of Bengal. Thanks to Professor Shubhankar and Professor Nilanjan for inviting. It's a difficult topic, I must say, but nevertheless, I shall try and make it as interesting as possible. The insulin and the brain is in the next 20 minutes. I shall cover up this topic. In what are the things, as madam has rightly said, some new developments happening in this field. What are the issues? When the topic was given to me, I was like not clueless as to how to go about and what to present and what to. These are actually, which is unconventional topic from a clinical perspective. But I shall try and highlight in the following things: the insulin in brain, metabolic role of brain insulin, both central and peripheral, and some slides about the brain insulin resistance. We all know about the peripheral insulin resistance. I'll talk about the links between the brain and peripheral insulin resistance and some future directions. Brain, as you know, is only 2% of the body weight, but receives 16% of the blood supply and consumes 60% of glucose at rest. So you see the multiplication factor. Just a 2% weighing organ, getting so much blood supply and utilizing continuous glucose, almost more than half of the body is at rest, is utilized only by brain. So that much of glucose is required for the brain and is important. It is so much important, so possibly the nature has felt that we should not link it up with any control, so just make it insulin independent. So that is why the brain glucose was insulin independent and not much studied further, and the brain happily getting the glucose whatever it wanted. Predominantly insulin was thought to be of a peripheral hormone and role in liver, muscle, fat, all those peripheral insulin resistance, all other things. But of late the interest has come up only because the diabetes is escalating by pandemic proportions and the dementia is also increasing in the same duration. I mean, it's like a number of new cases of dementia are coming up, and somewhere people have started looking at, is it linked, these two things, these two epidemics going together? Some data last 2-3 decades about the so-called type 3 diabetes, which said about Alzheimer's and other related dementias. And now they're studying about the local as well as distant actions of brain insulin. And you actually look at the neurohormonal control of the glucose metabolism, which is unlike the earlier thinking that it is only peripheral one. We are celebrating the centenary year of insulin. We should go one slide about the history, which about the brain and the insulin. Look at this man, the Claude Bernard. He in 1855, this was a paper, the reference of 1855 in a French journal, which he said that manipulation of floor of fourth ventricle leading to polyuria in mice. This was almost prior to the discovery of insulin, almost maybe about 70-80 years prior to the discovery of insulin. But not many researchers followed it up and not much of action thereafter. And when insulin was discovered, the entire focus was on insulin. And so you left all the brain control over it. But if you actually look closely, when brain is controlling entire homeostasis networks of the body, do you think that it leaves the glucose control on its own and doesn't keep that control to itself? So maybe we have not been able to isolate or maybe identify the places where it controls. So that I shall tell in the few minutes. So when people wanted to look at what is the control of brain and insulin, thankfully the knockout mouse models have actually helped. This was the first paper published in Science in 2000, which said that if you are able to develop, these are the Nico-mice model, the neuronal insulin receptor knockout models, which said that actually when you expected that they will behave as normal as anybody else, but they had difference when you knocked out this model. And what these, I'm just reading out the abstract only. The Nico-mice developed diet-sensitive obesity with increased in the body fat and leptin, mild insulin resistance, elevated insulin, and hypertriglyceridemia. and impaired spermatogenesis and ovarian follicle maturation because of hypothalamic dysregulation of luteinizing hormone. So the important thing, the brain insulin receptor signaling plays role in energy disposal, fuel metabolism, and reproduction. But we had no clear-cut data in the humans, but we know that there is some data to suggest that brain insulin also plays some role in all these factors. So when you are looking at how actually the insulin reaches the brain to exert its effects, commonest one, you are produced from the pancreas and it gets into the blood and crosses the blood-brain barrier. You have some insulin transporters to take it across the blood-brain barrier. So the commonest source is obviously the peripheral source. But there are some studies which have said that insulin is being produced locally from the glial cells in the brain itself. The insulin mRNA was there discovered in the brain tissue in the rat, and there were some papers which showed about the presence of C-peptide in the CSF in the humans. So maybe a minuscule production locally, but does exist. It is more controversial because some of the papers, the quality of the insulin assays was not appreciated, criticized later on. But definitely there is some noise that there can be a local production of insulin itself in the brain. And the other important thing, the tissue level and the CSF levels play a different role and a lot of different concentrations in the brain tissue itself. So insulin by and large, the most acceptable, it reaches from periphery, crosses the blood-brain barrier, very minuscule production locally. Now, if you look at what is the concentration of insulin in the brain across when it starts, before the blood-brain barrier and inside, the arterial one, it starts from 30 picomolar, the choroid plexus and brain microvascular endothelial cells. You look at the BMEC concentration, it's about 180. And the CSF is conventionally about 1/10 of the blood insulin concentration is in the CSF, the Whitcore organ space, and crosses into the brain tissue, the brain interstitial fluid, and into the venous one. Again, you're about close to 20 to 30. So the brain concentration is a bit markedly higher than the CSF concentration, CSF being 1/10 of the brain. Now, this is where it actually the insulin exerts its action. The peripheral action I am not going to discuss, but it can act. The insulin receptors are there at the blood-brain barrier, or you have a transporter, both are there. The transporter takes it inside and you have a receptors in the brain tissue itself. So it can affect actions at the level of blood-brain barrier also and inside the brain tissue also. I will dwell upon this later again. The important thing, you have insulin receptors and transporters so that insulin is there spread across the brain into the tissues, into the fluid, and it exerts various direct and indirect actions. This is the picture which shows you the predominant concentration of the various insulin receptor system. The maximum one is seen in the olfactory bulb and amygdala and hippocampus. You see the concentration here, the cerebellum, the hippocampus, and the hypothalamus area. Closer to the ventral, the vagus area, where you get the feedback from the periphery, the insulin receptor system, the IRS, and the IGF system. This is from the rat brain, but issue is it almost mimics the human studies also. The same thing, insulin transcripts in the brain tissue, the more in the cerebellum, hypothalamus, and rest of the places, it's almost at the same level. Only the cerebellum and the hypothalamus, you have the maximum one. So why it is important to know? Because when actually the hypoglycemia happens, it doesn't affect universally the brain tissue across the board. This was our case report published long back. Unfortunately, we lost this lady because of a prolonged hypoglycemia. You have a characteristic hyperintensities in basal ganglia and medial temporal lobes. You don't get such picture in any other part of the brain with the hypoglycemia. And to differentiate it from hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, traditionally the thalamus and cerebellum are spared here. So you have only a characteristic involvement of a particular portions of brain with the involvement due to either insulin or lack of glucose. So there lies the importance that some areas are important in their physiological actions in controlling this brain function. Now looking at the glucose transporters, we all know that 2 and 4 are the periphery one, and 1 and 3 are the central ones, and 1 and 3 predominantly being insulin insensitive. So you just get whatever glucose, it just picks it up and then puts it into the cell. So most of the neural tissue uses 1 and 3. The second place where actually the knockout mouse helped is identifying whether GLUT4 did have a role in the functioning of the brain or not. The brain GLUT4 knockout model helped to identify that GLUT4 actually plays some role in the hypothalamic functioning, identifying the counter-regulatory response to the hypoglycemia, all these things. So even the insulin sensitive glucose transporters also are present, and they have a role in the central tissue. So that is also important to know. This is what a busy slide, but just to make you understand that the neurons, you have insulin receptor alpha is the predominant one, and you have the oligodendrocytes, not much of the thing where they just create the myelin. The astrocytes, the predominant tissue in the neural, which actually is the one which gives you that glycogen storage and helps predominantly in your memory and consolidation, because the insulin and the lactate, these are the things which will help in consolidating your memory and then possibly in improving the brain insulin sensitivity. The microglia, again, there is some role about the inflammatory response and cytokine secretion, not much of role. So this is the different parts of the neural tissue, different insulin receptors and different metabolic roles as per the insulin and the receptor present over it. So this is the insulin function in the neurons. And as I said, grossly, if you look at the neuron, I mean the tissue or the area wise, the hippocampus helps in the memory formation, the prefrontal cortex about the control on the eating, the hypothalamus obviously being the entire homeostatic control, including the food intake, and some about the fusiform gyrus about again the relation with the food. So predominantly insulin in the central regions has got a role in the appetite control and possibly reducing the appetite. Now, how it does happen, I'll tell you in a few slides. When you have started consuming the food, you get your what is known as the first phase of insulin release from the pancreas. The first phase gets into the blood, it goes to the hypothalamus, and that is the place where now the insulin starts getting and acting on the hypothalamus, that the reward is reduced because you already started consuming the food, and it reduces the olfactory bulb had the maximum concentration of insulin, so it reduces the olfactory cues towards consuming more and starts sending peripheral signals through autonomic nervous system to increase the peripheral insulin sensitivity and reduce the visceral fat mass, and then possibly stop the glycogen production from the liver, and then contribute in the second phase insulin secretion as well. So it's a good loop which has to act with the central action of the insulin. But some of this, if there is a central insulin resistance, you are not getting the same benefit, and then you continue to consume and then you are losing out the benefit. So this is I mean more further dissected version of how it controls the appetite. The insulin binds to the POMC neurons along with the leptin. The POMC and the CART are the ones which actually are the anorexigens. They stimulate the MCH and ultimately reduces the food intake. Also, they act on the AGRP neurons and the neuropeptide Y neurons, and these are the appetite stimulators, so they reduce them. And because of the increase in the potassium through phosphatidyl kinase pathway, you have hyperpolarization of this. They actually inhibit the MCH neurons, so which increases the food intake. So this inhibition is attenuated. So you have a consolidated mechanism of central insulin, which will reduce the food intake. So that is important to understand. So when you look at the neuronal control of peripheral insulin sensitivity and glucose metabolism, as I said before, it is unlikely that brain would have left everything for the pancreas and the muscle and the fat, which has no neural input to control. But it is not yet well established in our human studies that what is the factor which is there, possibly brain insulin resistance. So as I have said in the slope, the suppression of endogenous glucose production, and this is whenever all this brain is unfortunately not able to control, or there is insulin resistance at the brain, you get all these unwanted effects, and you have increase in the obesity and diabetes and all other things. And if you look at the original model where the fourth ventricle is very close to the dorsal vagal complex, so the Claude Bernard studies which have showed that if you manipulate fourth ventricle, you may have polyuria, was possibly some center here which is actually contributing towards this control. So looking at the differences of insulin central versus peripheral action, biggest difference being peripherally, we all know that it's an anabolic hormone, but centrally it is catabolic. The another important difference, the food intake is increased in the peripheral action, whereas food intake is decreased in the central action. And another important thing, obviously hypoglycemia is more whenever you, because of its peripheral actions, but centrally it does reduce the hypoglycemia because it improves the counter-regulatory hormone response. So there are some differences between peripheral and central. Some possibly are same as far as lipolysis, lipogenesis, and hepatic glucose production are concerned. So it's important to identify the differences and the actions. Some other actions beyond the metabolism is the angiogenetic pathway. Most of us would have experienced this in the clinical. Whenever you use insulin in long-standing diabetic, that burning pain increases, possibly some insulin neuritis. There are enough number of studies on it. So insulin signaling pathway actually stimulates the HIF, that is hypoxemia inducible factor, and which are responsible for angiogenesis. So some of the issues about proliferation or new vessel formation is contributed even by the insulin itself. Minuscule data, we will not discuss much about it. So in a nutshell, in summary of insulin in the brain, you have central actions which improve the cognition, which reduces the food intake and depression, and peripheral actions, obviously through autonomic nervous system, reduces hepatic glucose production, decreases lipolysis, and improves the sympathoadrenal response to hypoglycemia, and you have a major action on the reproductive component competence because of the hypothalamic pituitary axis. So you have some clinical relevance to all this what I have said based on the brain insulin resistance. Now, as the same definition with the peripheral insulin resistance, failure of brain cells to respond to insulin, resulting in impairment of synaptic, metabolic, and immune functions of the brain. So that is where same like unlike I mean, it's not able to act, so there is resistance, but the functions are different in the brain. Alzheimer's and Alzheimer's dementia related dementias, they are very well known with this. But mind you, the insulin coma was one of the choices of therapy in schizophrenia long back. Now it's no more practice. Well practiced till about 5 to 6 decades back, till about 1950s and 60s. This was one of the commonest mode of therapy. People thought it was due to coma, but now the research is saying it is possibly because of insulin levels in the brain, which have helped them in recovery from the psychiatric ailments. Type 2 DM, obesity, and PCOD are one of the commonest ones when you look at the brain insulin resistance and clinical disorders. And you have a new entity, what is known as type 4 diabetes, increased risk of glaucoma because of retinal ganglia degeneration, and again brain insulin resistance. This is being termed and more proponent as type 4 diabetes, because most of the diabetics have increased intraocular pressure, and you have some various mechanisms towards it. So that is the relevance of brain insulin resistance. And why do you get brain insulin resistance? Like your fetal imprinting of maternal disorders and then possibly adult disorders, you have started right from the in utero to the adult factors. A very nice paper in Diabetology which actually assessed the intrapartum fetal MRIs and then looked at how the brain is affected because of the increase in the insulin levels in the mother, and they said that this is likely to be a fetal brain resistance at that level. And because of this, there are some genetic factors also more, polygenic in nature. And as the age advances, the brain transporters are reduced, which will take the insulin across the blood-brain barrier. So you have increased insulin resistance. So all these factors put together, you have impaired insulin action in the brain. And if you have impaired insulin action, you have different disorders. And disorders we've discussed. Some clinical effects I will tell you. A normal healthy brain, the one important factor in the brain is you have very low antioxidant defenses. So you actually, whenever you are increasing the possible oxidative stress on the brain, there is no defense mechanism there. So it unfortunately gets affected, and you have more cerebral degeneration and Alzheimer's and cognitive impairment. And when we look at the clinical impact in the day-to-day management, what are the drugs which we commonly use? Metformin crosses blood-brain barrier, possibly some improvement of brain insulin resistance. So mind you, they are white neutral, and possibly appetite loss and weight loss also in some patients. So contributed by improving the brain insulin resistance. Thiazolidinediones are good peripheral insulin sensitizers, but unfortunately they can't cross the blood-brain barrier. So they have not been able to show any benefit in that. Insulin, we discussed about insulin. Sir has told about the detemer insulin, the most lipophilic insulin and maximum concentration in CSF, and the only insulin which is weight neutral. So you see the relation between these two. You get into the brain, you are weight neutral. You don't get into brain, you are weight gaining. So that is where it matters that it makes sense to identify or to use drugs to improve the brain insulin resistance. Nasal insulin was tried predominantly for the Alzheimer's dementia because it doesn't have any peripheral effects, but plus minus studies, of late more number of studies are coming up which showed that it has some relevance. And weight loss by these GLP-1 molecule or SGLT, they significantly improve the brain insulin sensitivity. The another molecule which helps as far as the improving the brain insulin sensitivity is bromocriptine. Mind you, it's an approved drug for diabetes. You have low central insulin, low dopamine activity, which increases the food activity. So you have another link which says that you increase the dopamine agonist, which improves the central insulin sensitivity and which will have a peripheral actions in improving your functioning of the brain. So in a nutshell, to conclude, brain is the master controller of all metabolic functions, including glucose, but understanding is a bit limited there. Insulin in the brain has metabolic, neurotropic, and immune functions. Receptor distribution suggests selective functions of insulin, and insulin in the brain has many central and peripheral actions. Commonest ones being diabetes, obesity, Alzheimer's, PCOD, and many more. Weight loss plays an important role in restoring brain insulin sensitivity, and amongst the available drugs, we should be using judiciously, which can help in some of them in improving the brain insulin sensitivity. I've finished here. I shall be happy to take any questions.
Dr. Saikya, please unmute yourself. You're not audible.
Thank you, Dr. Hari Kumar, for taking us through a very difficult topic. And rather, I think in the next few years, we'll be seeing more of this, more research in this field, because certain important points which you have touched on, that is the regarding the brain insulin resistance, and suggesting some therapeutic methods by which we can improve the brain insulin sensitivity. Probably one of them could be to increase the insulin levels in the CSF. So as you said, the detemer insulin, because it is lipophilic, it is the one which will most easily cross the blood-brain barrier. That is one. Bromocriptine, which we don't normally use, but maybe we should give a second thought to this molecule because of the central action. And apart from its metabolic effects, the very important role of neuronal effects of insulin, which have a role in Alzheimer's, and we know that diabetes is associated with dementia. So these points, maybe in the next few years, we'll be taking these things more into account when we, when newer molecules are being developed for this increasing the brain insulin sensitivity. And we as physicians probably will think more about going into the depth of this before when we start prescribing or choosing a particular molecule for the treatment of diabetes. I can see one
Yes, ma'am, absolutely correct. Actually, the more number of, unfortunately, we are unable to get across a good human studies. Some of them, both my studies did show quite a lot of role in the brain insulin resistance, but obviously you can't replicate the entire thing in the humans, so you are unable to get the data. But the corollary or what do you call, I mean, adjunctive data is always there, which have said, I mean, it's like a determer is staring at us. We all know that it's a weight neutral insulin, but why weight neutral? Because it goes up, something like that. So it's like those are the things which would give some impetus to the researchers to look at more closely about how to mitigate the brain insulin resistance and give us the best possible benefits.
I can see one question. Any role in Parkinson's disease?
Parkinson's per se, no, but any Parkinson's, if it is associated with the dementia, because any dementia, there is a lot of role about the insulin resistance. Last paper being, it's like last year, there was a paper which published in JAMA about the use of nasal insulin. And good about almost about 60 to 100 units they would put in the nasal inhalation because it crosses the blood-brain barrier. I mean, it doesn't go into the peripheral circulation and it bypasses the blood-brain barrier. But there was not much of data to say that it improved the cognitive function. So Parkinson's, no, but yes, definitely any other dementias, it is being tried. The only some, I would say the, what do you call, the secondary outcome measures where the brain insulin was being captured, I mean, identified or CSF level of insulins were studied. The percentage of patients who had a higher insulin received more benefit in cognitive improvement. So it is going to come, it is going to happen, but not maybe in another 4 to 5 years or maybe a decade.
Another one question, does exercise influence insulin resistance in the brain?
Exercise, no, but weight loss tremendously, yes. Most of the brain insulin resistance is improved by the weight loss. In fact, that is the maximum beneficial, which is said that even if you have to improve, like a lot of us use SGLT2 inhibitor and GLP-1 for the weight loss benefit as well. The indirect benefit what you're going to get is because of the weight loss, which improves the insulin sensitivity. So that is where it has actually come into play that per se exercise, no, but weight loss, yes.
Another question, I think this has been answered, the Lantus versus Tresiba, that is Glargine versus Degludec. This has already been said that, you know, Degludec has got, it's more lipophilic, so it will cross more. So,
No,
but I don't think there are any head-to-head studies.
Lantus, Tresiba, both are same.
Detrimer. Oh, not Tresiba.
Detrimer is the one which is more lipophilic and which goes.
Yeah. And any role of insulin in the use of glaucoma?
As I said, one of the commonest accompaniments of diabetes is increased intraocular pressure, both epidemiological studies, cross-sectional, longitudinal, everywhere. And more so, they have said that because of the brain insulin resistance, you have more degeneration of the retinal ganglion cells, and you have more of the angle closure glaucomas also more prominent in these patients. Per se, as I said, it is not been shown to reach to a stage where we are using insulin as a management therapies for this glaucoma. No, it is not there. But to improve, it may come out in some point of time because you have the angiogenetic properties of the insulin which come into play at some of these roles. I have just touched upon the angiogenesis of insulin that is going to be of use in some of these improving the microvascular, any pathophysiological nature of the microvascular disorders.
Okay, thank you very much. We had a very interesting interactive session. And
thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Hari Kumar, I thoroughly enjoyed chairing this session, and I hand it over to the organizers.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
To go on to the next session.
Thank you, Dr. KVS Hari Kumar, sir, and Dr. Uma Kaima Saikia, madam. Now moving on to our next session, that is Washington World. In the year of 1922, on 3rd May, Dr. John McLeod, as a spokesperson of the whole research group, presented a paper at the annual conference of the American Association of Physicians in Washington, D.C., and announced the discovery of insulin to the world. With this, I would like to invite the chairperson of our next session, Professor Shalil Kumar Pal sir, the Professor in General Medicine, Department of General Medicine in Calcutta National Medical College, to chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Avirup, kind introduction. First of all, I'll convey my thanks to the organizer, Endocrine Society of Bengal, for inviting me on this very interesting topic, that is journey of premixed animal insulin to premixed analog insulin. Journey of insulin started around 100 years back when the Banting, Best and John McLeod first invented insulin. After that, there is an immense change in the treatment of diabetes. Before that, type 1 diabetes was just like an acute disease, and patient dies out of DKA within 3 months to 2 years of diagnosis of diabetes. And after that, with the introduction of insulin and other modalities of therapy, definition of diabetes totally changed, and it is now a chronic disease. And in the pandemic of COVID-19, we have seen that diabetes is just like a creeping tsunami, which raises as the commonest comorbid condition in this pandemic time. With these few words, I will request Dr. Manas Pratim Borua for his interesting topic, that is premixed journey of premixed animal insulin to premixed analog insulin. Dr. Manas Pratim Borua, Director, HOD, Endocrinology, Apollo Execlare Hospital, Guwahati. He has more than 200 publications in his credit. Member are Research Guidance Committee, Endocrine Society of India, and former member Research Committee, Research Society, that is RSSDI. Over to Dr. Borua.
Thank you, sir. Let me share my screen first, and good morning to everyone. So is it visible?
Yes, visible.
So how can I make it full screen?
Just go to full screen button on the right side of low back, the toolbar. No. You go to first PowerPoint.
Is it visible, the PowerPoint?
Yeah. Now you go.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. And thank you, Endocrine Society of Bengal, for inviting me to this very exciting session with all the renowned speakers. I've already spoken and have been through a lot of science, but as Nilanjan expected, I will do some historical aspect of insulin journey. And my topic is very close to my heart because premixed insulin and co-formulations. I have worked on these two insulins. I worked for improved trial and also the ARISE trial co-formulation. And this co-formulation and all these premixed insulins are very close to our heart. The Indians, we have been using them a lot. So my topic is a journey from animal premixed insulin to premixed insulin analog co-formulation. And this is the financial disclosure and the conflict, whatever need to be stated. And my agenda today is to start with, I will speak on the evolution of pre-mixed insulin regimen, and I'll deal closely with the NPH insulin because that forms the core of the whole premix concept. And then I'll deal with the biphasic human and analog premixed insulin. And finally, I will deal with the leap in innovation, that is science of co-formulating insulins. So this is not a technical question. And as is mentioned by our reporter today, McLeod announced discovery of insulin in 1921, and a Nobel was awarded in 1922, one of the fastest Nobel in the history of science was awarded to insulin. You can say it's awarded to insulin. It is a Banting-based molecule. All of them were there. In fact, Einstein worked on photoelectricity from 1905 to 1910, and he won the Nobel Prize somewhere just the same year, probably 22 or 23. I cannot recall exactly, but it took almost a decade for them to recognize his work. But the insulin got the recognition within 1 year. Such was the demand and such was the path-breaking impact on human suffering. And it has really changed our world. And it didn't take long for insulin to travel to Europe. In exactly 1923, Dr. August Steenberg Koch and Dr. Hans Christian Hagedorn, they went to Toronto University and they bought the patent right of insulin, and they brought insulin to Europe, Denmark to be precise. And along with Dr. Mary, who was a wife of Dr. August Krog, who was herself a type 2 diabetic, treating a lot of type 1 diabetic patients in Copenhagen of that time, decided to form the Nordics Corporation, which would later become Novo Nordics after merging with another entity called Novo, and who have given so much to the science of insulin. And that the journey of that journey actually began just there in 1923. But then I'll come back to that a little later. So this is how insulin traveled from the other side of Atlantic to Europe. So if you just forget for a moment the big discovery of insulin, what happened after the discovery? I would say there are three important landmarks in the journey of insulin innovation post-insulin discovery. 1936, the discovery of protamine. 1978, the late 80s, the recombinant DNA technology, which was first utilized for producing insulins, and later on it was utilized for producing so many other hormones like growth hormone, parathyroid hormone, etc., and other proteins which are required for treating various human diseases like recombinant TPA, erythropoietin, etc. And the third one is the discovery of analog, which is called designer's insulin. You design your insulin according to the biological need of your patients. I think these are three important milestones in innovation. So let us deal with the first. What happened after the discovery of protamine? So we are in 1923, and let us fast forward to a later part of the first half of the last century, that is 1925 to 50. So Hans Christian Hagedorn had a very special interest, and Dr. August Krog was actually a very eminent chemist. Actually, he was a biological. He dealt mostly with biological chemistry, and he also won a Nobel Prize. He won a Nobel Prize for his contribution to the action of understanding the actions of capillaries in the muscles. And there is something called Krog's principle, which we must have studied in our physiology classes. And with his ideas and with the inspirational leadership of Hans Christian Hagedorn, later on in 1936, they could understand that protamine, which is obtained from the milk or semen of river trout, that's a fish, can prolong the action of insulin. And actually, Dr. Hagedorn had tried with many other proteins, but all of them gave a lot of reactions, allergic reactions. So finally, he settled on protamine, which was the most suitable for him. And that was the first protein which was successfully utilized for prolonging the action of insulin, because till that time, all patients, mostly type 1 diabetic, because type 2 diabetic were not using insulin that much those days. And for all type 1 diabetics, they used to inject insulin 5-6 times in a day. And imagine injecting insulin 5-6 times with the big needles of those here. It is really, troublesome. But of course, life was much bigger than all these troubles. It's worth taking. So that was on. But then they started thinking that, okay, what if we can prolong the action of insulin? And that's how the concept of protominated insulin came. And in 1946, the Nordics Corporation, under the leadership of Hagedorn, could actually produce it commercially, and by 1950 it was marketed as NPS, that's neutral protamine hagedorn insulin. So it has the advantage that it can be mixed with insulin. So that for that we have to travel a little further, and I'll come to that. So so first of all, one, it prolonged the action of long, short-acting insulin. So it, on isolation, it could be used as a long-acting insulin, and that's how it was there. But people kept on thinking about convenience, convenience of using insulin, because again, you need to reduce the needle burden. Even today we are thinking about once a week co-formulation, once a week insulin. Why? Because all said and done, people do not like needle prick. So more than 100 years we have used insulin now. Almost 100 years we use insulin. The first and foremost barrier for using insulin is the needle phobia. Most of the patients who have it, and even those days also, the primary idea is to reduce the needle burden, prick burden. And in later 1950s, early part of 1965, the concept of pre-mixed insulin. The pre-mixed means it will be prepared and supplied in the vial as a pre-mixed suspension. Insulin Rapidard and insulin Actrapid, and Dr. Slee C. Crew, the scientist who has been credited with the concept or innovation of pre-mixed insulin. And those days they used enable insulin. So this is one of the earliest papers on premixed insulin which I could find in the internet. Of course, the main text is not there in the archive, PubMed archive. So he was credited with this marriage of combination, marrying a short-acting insulin and already existing long-acting protominated insulin in one vial and making it a pre-mixed concept. So that is about the history of the early history of the premixed insulin. But now let's talk a little bit about the science, the basic science of insulin. So in this panel, you have the basic structure of insulin. It's very important to understand this, otherwise, the concept of co-formulation will not be very clear. So let us start with this. Alpha chain and beta chain, and of course we have the C peptide, which is of course not necessary for insulin action. It's only co-secreted from the beta cell. So once the insulin is secreted from beta cells, it is stored near the Golgi apparatus in the cytosol as hexamers, and once it is secreted through exocytosis for various stimulus like sulfonylurea or glucose stimulus, glucose being a stimulus for secretion of insulin from the beta cell. Immediately it is converted to monomers which are going through the circulation, and they are going to act on the target cell insulin receptors. That's external part and internal part, so that we all know. So the entire science of insulin now, it evolves around the hexamers and monomers. If you can produce prolonged, stable hexamers, you have a good long-acting insulin. And if your insulin can get converted to monomers as rapidly as you desire, then you have a very good fast-acting insulin. That's how the designer insulin have been evolved. So otherwise, if you look at the insulin structure, the physiological insulin structure, this is a monomer, then you have disulfide bonds binding the insulins, and then you have a zinc core where you have the 3 dimers forming hexamers, so 6 insulin molecules are there, and you may have also double hexamer. And if you look at the concept of insulins like datimir and degludec, where you have got multi-hexamers, and that is the core principle of prolonging the action of protected action of insulin. So once you inject exogenous insulin to the subcutaneous, to the skin, to the subcutaneous fat, so you have hexamers here. So your rapid-acting analogs are getting, dissolved, degraded, or they are converted to monomers pretty fast. They are getting absorbed, and long-acting analogs are staying as hexamers, even forming multiple complex hexamers in this depot area, and then they are getting released pretty slowly, and that's how they are giving you a 24-hour index. So that's how the 2 insulins like datimir and degludec has been manufactured. Of course, Glargine works through another principle, that is, because of the pH change, there will be a precipitation for both glargine U100 and 300. So that's a different story altogether. But for our co-formulation, we need to understand this hexamer and monomer principle. So let us move ahead. Now let us again go back to the NPH. We must show respect to the science of NPH and must show to the father of NPH and what he did and how NPH could serve us for almost 5 decades by being a long-acting insulin, and we all have used it in the early part of our career. Even now also we use for patients who cannot afford analogs, and I do use a lot now, even in terms of premix insulin. NPH is one of the two core part. One part is rapid and another part is NPH protominated rapid insulin. So let us now look through this diagram. So this is a microscopic structure of subquickness. So first you look at how the NPH is it's forming co-crystals of protamine and insulin here in the vial where it's supplied. And once it is injected, the crystals are dispersed in a solution. They are not very close to each other, but once they inject in a subquickness tissue, they become very close to each other and they are surrounded by macrophages. If you enlarge it further, and this is immediately after injection. So once the insulin stays in the depot for long, say for 1 day or 2 days, and NPS can stay in the injection site for pretty long. This is up to 48 hours. What happens, if that insulin is not absorbed entirely into the circulation, they will form something called HIP. And the HIP structure is very important for NPS action, because through these HIPs, the insulin is not released immediately. So how it happens actually? First, inside the vial, you suspend this co-crystallized protamine and insulin. Then you inject, and once you inject, there is a dispersion in the subcutaneous tissue. First, it spreads, okay, and then finally there is a condensation, and there is a HIP formation. HIP is surrounded by macrophage, the purple cells, and the white fat cells, and then there will be secretion of protamine splitting enzymes, proteolytic enzymes, which will gradually allow the dissolution of insulin from this HIP or core of protamine-related insulin, and there will also be a degradation by macrophages. So these two are determining factor for gradual release of insulin from the depot of NPH. And you can see here, resuspension, injection technique, these two depends on a patient who is injecting or a nurse who is injecting, and the dispersion depends on the subcutaneous tissue environment. Again, condensation also depends on a lot of chemical factors present here, and the HIP formation also can vary from patient to patient because of macrophage action and proteolytic enzyme concentration in the local area, the temperature of that area, pH of the area, and the circulation into that area also. All these things can vary from person to person. So there are various factors which can influence the degradation or dissolution of protaminated insulin, and finally that will also have a bearing on the action. That's why you have this difficulty. You can see here, this is the data from various patients, how variable the NPH is. Even for the same patient, it can vary from time to time. But apart from that, in this complex curve, graph, you can see it. Some patients are having peak of action pretty early into the injection time, and some patients would have it pretty late. So there is a great variability in duration of action, and it has a peak. Of course, that is understandable. That peak, it's a mean peak which is shown here, but for various patients, its peak is almost like a rapid-acting insulin. For others, it is like a basal insulin. So that variability is a big, limiting factor for NPH. We have been observing this, and that is one reason why scientists kept on asking question: how can we make a long-acting insulin which is pretty bad? And it took almost 50 years for that answer to come. And for that journey, we have to travel a little ahead. So before that, something else happened. So let us forget about the flat action profile of basal insulin or long-acting insulin for a while. Let us concentrate on what happened in the late 70s, which also brought another novel to insulin family, that is the recombinant the DNA technology, the production of various biologically important proteins through recombinant DNA technology using yeast or E. coli as medium. And by the time, we are using bovine or porcine insulin, and there was a scarcity because the type 1 and type 2 diabetics both were increasing in numbers, and a lot of type 2 diabetics were surviving after using sulfonylurea drugs, which was discovered in the 50s, and metformin also which came in late 50s. So with the advent of good lifestyle and good oral medication, people started living longer. People started getting good care for cardiac events, good care for nephrological events. So people started living longer. And obviously, when a type 2 diabetic lives longer, eventually after 30 or 25 years, eventually most of them would require insulin. So demand on insulin was very high. And there was scarcity, and there are a lot of ethical issues about killing a lot of animals for procuring insulin. So thankfully, we had the recombinant DNA technology coming up at this time, and by early 1980s, we started having so-called human insulin, which are not exactly extracted from human, but actually extracted from by a recombinant DNA technology. So many of us, we have used in our early part of our career porcine mixture. This is a picture of that. Initially it was a pork mixture, and then we had the human mixture, which is a monocomponent biosynthetic recombinant DNA insulin, which is of course widely used. And newcomers must be seeing only this insulin; they must be using it only this. But the history is not like that. We had to use porcine insulin for a pretty long time. Okay, then this is human premix insulin, and you can see here you have this component divided into two parts: 50-50, that is 50% NPH and 50% regular insulin, and 30-70 consisting 70% NPH and 30% regular insulin. So it is for the big insulin companies, the most common mixtures or which are being given or supplied to the patients. So of course you can have 70-30, where 70% rapid acting, 30% long acting component may be there, and some companies have 20-75 proportion insulins also. But the limitation of the human premix insulin, although it was widely and still widely used in India, number one insulin, there is mealtime flexibility. You have to take it, say, CPF given 30 minutes before insulin, so that the rapid short-acting insulin part would act properly. Otherwise, you will not have a postprandial control. Even using it 20-30 minutes ahead of the meal would also not give you excellent postprandial control, and there's still hypoglycemic. So these are two major limitations. By and large, fasting glycemic control, if you titrate well, it can be well managed, but the postprandial control was not well managed, and that is a big problem for countries like India, where postprandial hyperglycemia is it's a very important issue. So that led to the thinkers to believe that we need to have some insulin which are designers, which are designed to meet all those demands and take care of all those limitations of previously available insulin, and that led to the discovery of insulin analogs. And in the 1990s, we first had a short-acting, rapid-acting analog in the form of Lispro in Eli Lilly, and shortly thereafter, Novo Nordisk made their yeast RNA. They are using yeast recombinant DNA technology. They gave us insulin aspart. This again is a rapid-acting analog, and we have to wait. We'll have to wait for a few years for the long-acting analogs to come into being, and that will be happening around 2000. So, if you look at the evolution of premix insulin, after the discovery, you had protominated insulin, then ultra pure insulin, monocomponent insulin in the early 70s. Then you had biphasic human insulin using recombinant human insulin, which I have already described. Then once Lispro was developed by Eli Lilly, they came up with Lispro mix, and also Novo Nordisk also came up with biphasic insulin aspart, which is also popularly called as Novo mix. by 2001. So now we'll discuss, we'll compare the human premix insulin and biphasic analog insulins, because these are the two commonly used insulins, and for most of our listeners or audience, these are the two primary insulins. For me also, probably I, juggling between premix human insulin and premix analogs in most part of my practice, because that's what our patients can afford, and they find it very convenient. So biphasic Lispro is supplied as a 70, 25 or 50, 50 suspension, where 25 is rapid acting analog and 75 is a long acting. And likewise, biphasic aspart also has the 50, 50 or 30, 70 formulations. And this is again, the principle is same as was with a human premix insulin. A protamine, they're co-crystallized with human protamine, and that's made into a long-acting component. And the same thing happens with novo insulin, also protamine crystallized protected insulin aspart, which gives you a long-acting profile, etc., just about 12 hours. And they're suitable for starting in insulin and intensifying treatment. There are a lot of clinical trials where you can start equal doses, or 2/3 in the morning or 1/3 in the evening, or you can actually intensify by giving 3 sorts of premix analogs, because there is very least chance of hypoglycemia, and you can there are studies like 1, 2, 3 studies where intensification has been suggested by using 3 doses of premix analogs. That's not with, of course, premix human insulin, but it's not possible, because if we do so, there is a possibility of overlapping of the short-acting part, giving rise to post-absorptive hypoglycemia. So how they are better than human insulin? If you look at the postprandial control, that's where it scores. The premix analogs are superior, and that's been proven statistically in various meta-analyses and various other studies, that they give you better postprandial control and probably also a better HbA1c profile compared to human insulin. And that's obvious because of aspart or Lispro part. They can actually give you a desired postprandial control, which is so difficult to get. And it depends on the population, and if the postprandial hyperglycemia is a bigger problem in that population, of course, you're going to get a better HbA1c, and that's what is reflected by various studies. So it may not be so in all the populations, but it's mostly apparent in populations where postprandial hyperglycemia contributes more to the arising HbA1c, and that's where you place your own patients, because in India, postprandial hyperglycemia is a major contributor to the poor HbA1c profile of our patients. And the post-meal glucose excursion, be it in breakfast or dinner when it is injected, you can see that with human insulin, the 30-70 version, or premix insulin Lispro 25-75%, you can, even using lesser the quantity of units of analog, you can find a lesser postprandial excursion for premix analogs, and that's been shown here. There's a statistical difference of AM excursion as well as post PM excursion. In both the time, you can find that from pre-meal to the post-meal, the rise of postprandial hyperglycemia, postprandial blood glucose would be much lesser if you use an analog. So similar results have been found with biphasic aspart. And there is another very important thing. What is the mealtime flexibility? You can see here, if you just compare injection of, I'm not going to the entire cartoon here, the biphasic aspart 15, that's injected 15 minutes ahead, and biphasic human insulin, which is injected 15 minutes ahead. Just look at the dark triangles and the white squares. So dark triangles and white square, you can see that the action is pretty early with biphasic aspart, but that is pretty late with biphasic human insulin. And so for the same action, what you achieve by 1 or 1.5 hour with biphasic aspart, you have to wait for 2 to 2.5 hours for biphasic human insulin. So that gives rise to poor post-meal hyperglycemia, and it's a more postprandial hyperglycemia, but that also results in something called post-absorptive hypoglycemia that I'll explain by showing you the soldier effect very soon. So this is one big limitation of human insulin, which can be partly overcome by a biphasic aspart or biphasic lispro, and it's mostly overcome by the co-formulation. So this is what I was just talking about. So this is some profile of biphasic human insulin and biphasic rapid analog. You can compare the 3070 version here. This is human insulin, and this is analog insulin. As you can see, the first rise, plasma concentration, and then fast fall. And what happens if you have a faster fall, which is going out of circulation, almost going out of circulation by 8 hours? So what happens here? So when your axon is lower, but it's longer, you have excess hexamers in the circulation, which will bind with the available protamine in the local injection site, and that will lead to something called soldier effect, that is postprandial hyperglycemia because of poorer insulin action in this period, 4 hours, and post-absorptive hypoglycemia because of prolonged action from these hexamers which are binding them. So some amount of human insulin are now becoming protaminated longer acting insulin. They are going to prolong the action in the post-absorptive phase, and there is a chance of stacking here also if it is not used carefully. That's why you find that many times people start having hypoglycemia just after the injection, and then you can question yourself, I had given the insulin and within 3-4 minutes patient is having hypoglycemia. That's maybe because of the stacking effect of this soldier effect, which is prolonging the insulin action for human insulin beyond 12 hours, which is entirely undesirable. So this is overcome to some extent by biphasic rapid analogs, and I'll show you it is mostly overcome by the co-formulation. So that's why hypoglycemia, both at the nocturnal hypoglycemia, which was shown to be lesser with lispro mixtures compared to human insulin in this study, and also overall hypoglycemia compared to biphasic human insulin, the novel version, and the biphasic aspart. Again, it was much lower, and you can see that the significance was not seen in the first year, but if you use it for a longer period, you can see that there is almost zero hypoglycemia because titration becomes pretty easy with biphasic aspart, which is still very difficult with biphasic human insulin. That's why it is statistically significantly less hypoglycemia with biphasic aspart if you on continuation of therapy. So if you use the biphasic aspart or biphasic lispro for longer period, you can see the difference in events of hypoglycemia. So to summarize the impact on clinical diabetology with regard to premixed human insulin and premixed insulin analog, the HbA1c control premixed insulin analog is better, which is more true for Indian patients. Fasting plasma glucose control similar. Postprandial control, of course, is better. I have shown the studies. Lesser hypoglycemia also it is mechanistically explained, and there is a science behind it. It's mostly postprandial hypoglycemia, which is lesser. Mealtime flexibility, as I've said, it works pretty fast, so a patient can inject just before the meal or maybe 10-15 minutes before the meal, still can get a similar postprandial reduction or a similar glucose control. Weight gain, of course, for both of them is almost equal so far as the studies are concerned. Okay, so now about the third important discovery in this journey, the co-formulation. And it's, of course, the offshoot of the recombinant DNA technology. When the recombinant DNA technology gave us good, rapid acting, fast acting analogs, and at the same time, they started giving us very good flat profile, truly long-acting or 24-hour acting insulins like Detemir and Glargine. So then you can ask me, and that becomes a marriage of conviction from marriage of convenience. I mean, you can no longer sustain a marriage of convenience unless there is some conviction into it. So that's where the co-formulation would score, and I'll show you now. So now you can ask me why the previously available insulins, which were available by the starting of the new millennium, 2001 itself, 2001, 2, 3 itself, Glargine and Detemir. So Glargine is supplied at a pH of 4. Okay, in a vial, and once it is injected at the basic pH or neutral pH, more basic pH or neutral pH of the body, the glycine insulin is precipitated in the injection site, and from there it is gradually.
Borua, please try to conclude.
Yeah.
Dr. Borua, please try to conclude.
Okay, fine. So insulin datamine, again, it falls performs mixed hexamers. So so it is not very easy for a datamine to make insulin. So I'll just show you this slide, which is very relevant today. Just give me a moment. So in co-formulation of insulin degludec with rapid-acting insulin, it is possible to keep them separate, and both of them would maintain the separate entity, and rapid-acting insulin would work very fast, and slow-acting insulin work slowly. So you can see once injected, the hexamer formation is pretty early, within few minutes, 5 to 7 minutes. And in 15 minutes or so, the monomer formation is happening. So you get a rapid-acting profile starting at 15 minutes. And because of this multi-hexamers or complex hexamers, there will be very slow release of insulin, which is following the profile of insulin degludec independently without being influenced by the rapid-acting. So that makes it a very stable co-formulation for use at the current time. So in summary, I would say the journey from animal premixed insulin to premixed insulin analog co-formulation has started with trust, with convenience, and culminated with the rendezvous with scientifically enriched conviction, which I have already shown. And it has been actually been a quest for designing the destiny of diabetic patients, and they are having in the hand a good insulin which answers both rapid acting in need for rapid acting insulin, and also the need for a slow acting flat insulin. And this outcome of this eventful journey has been fabulous. It has influenced the lives of our patients and also influenced the lives of the practitioners like us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Borua, for your illuminating and informative lecture on this journey of insulin, that is from premixed animal insulin to premixed designer insulin. In the last 25 years, we have seen immense change in the management of diabetes with this designer insulin, and there is less interprandial hypoglycemia, better control of fasting blood glucose, and less weight gain with this form of insulin co-formulation. We want to take some questions if there is any questions from the chat box. No questions in the chat box. As we are running short of time, I want to conclude the session. I am thanking once again Dr. Borua for his beautiful lecture. I am handing over the virtual podium to the organizer, Endocrine Society of Bengal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Manoshpatim Borua, sir, and thank you, Professor Sholil Kumar Pal, sir. Next, we have come to our next session, which is New Haven Field. In the year of 1921, on 30 December, Dr. Frederick Grant Banting, Dr. Charles Best, Dr. James Bertram Coley, and Dr. John McLeod attended the annual conference of American Physiological Society in New Haven, Connecticut, where Dr. Banting presented their research work to the faculties of the association. With this, I'd like to invite Dr. Shomi Goswami, sir, who is currently assistant professor in the Department of Endocrinology of NRS Medical College, and Dr. Rahul Valsara, sir, who is associate consultant endocrinologist at Lakeshore Hospital, Kochi. Our next session will be a quiz session for the postgraduate students. Over to you, sir.
So thank you, Dr. Obhirup, and a very good morning to all and one who has joined in today. So everyone loves a quiz and everyone wants to be a part of a quiz, but everyone wants to be a part of a quiz as the audience. Very few people actually want to be there in the quiz as participants. So at the outset, I would like to congratulate the 8 brave hearts from 4 different medical colleges of the city of Kolkata, who have come together as 4 individual teams to participate in this quiz. I am, of course, Dr. Shomi Goswami, working at NRS Medical College, and as my co-quiz master, I have the very competent Dr. Rahul Valsraj, who is working as a consultant endocrinologist at Kochi in Kerala. So to begin with, I'll first like the teams to introduce themselves. Do we have the team from Medical College, the team of Dr. Aditya Ganguly and Dr. Joydeep Ghosh? Can you turn on your videos and introduce yourselves?
Hello.
You're audible?
Hello.
You're audible.
Yes, sir. I'm Dr. Aditya Ganguly, and this is my colleague and co-PGD.
Yes, turn your video, please.
Okay, yeah. Just hold on, please. There you are.
So we have seen Dr. Aditya Ganguly. Yes,
Dr. Joydeep Ghosh.
From there, I think we have Dr. Joydeep Ghosh. So we have this team from Medical College. They are postgraduate trainees in the Department of Medicine there. I would next request the team from Neil Ratan Sarkar Medical College of Dr. Amit Bagrodia and Dr. Aradhya Shekhar Bagchi to just come on the camera and give us a hello.
Hi sir, this is Dr. Aradhya Shekhar Bagchi and this is my teammate Dr. Amit Bagrodia.
Okay, welcome to the quiz. We next have the team from National Medical College of Dr. Anushtup Mukherjee and Dr. Madhurima Raj. Please introduce yourselves once.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to everybody. I'm Dr. Anushtup Mukherjee, and she's Dr. Madhurima Raj from National Medical College, General Medicine Department.
Welcome, all the best. We next have the team from RG Kar Medical College, our fourth and final team for this afternoon of Dr. Shaurodip Das and Dr. Kaushik Samanto.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Kaushik Samanto, third year medicine PG at RG Kar, and he is my teammate, Dr. Shaurodip Das.
Okay, so there we have the 4 teams with us. And I would just like to say that the purpose of a quiz is not to say that we know everything or we know nothing. It's not to shame or embarrass anyone. It's just to share knowledge, just to enhance our knowledge in a fun way, in an informative way. So the rules of the quiz are simple. There are 4 teams, and for the purpose of convenience, I have kept them as team 1, 2, 3, 4. Team in no particular order again. In team 1 is the team from Medical College, Kolkata. Team 2 is the team from NRS Medical College, Kolkata. Team 3 is the team from Calcutta National Medical College, and team 4 is the team from RG Kar Medical College. Now, this quiz will be conducted on the principle of infinite bound, because of which the sequence of seating of the teams does not matter. Infinite bounds is the concept where a question is set out to a team and it goes on bouncing from one team to another till a team finally succeeds in answering it. And when a team finally succeeds in answering a question, the next question is asked to the team sitting next in sequence. For example, when I ask a question number 1, it goes to team number 1. If team number 1 fails to answer the question, it goes to team number 2. If team number 2 succeeds in answering the question number 2, the next question begins from team number 3. And it goes on in this pattern till we have completed 25 questions. For each direct answer, the points are +10, and you have around 20 seconds for a direct answer. For each past question, again, the points are +10. So the points are same, since we'll be using the principle of infinite bound, so that there's no nepotism, no favoritism, no saying that I got easy questions and that team got difficult questions. So it's the same for everyone. It's an even playing ground. For a past question, we'll have around 5 to 10 seconds. We'll just give you 5 to 10 seconds to answer. And what actually is good to see is that even in these difficult times, the teams are sitting side by side. They are sitting together. So no virtual communication. They are sitting side by side. They can discuss amongst themselves and blurt out the answers when they're asked for. And the most important thing, there are no negative marks. So you put your thinking caps on, give your best shot at every answer, and who knows, you might be right, even if you don't know the correct answer. So with those, I would like to move over to the quiz proper, and to help me with keeping the score sheet is our master of ceremony today, Dr. Obhiru Banerjee. So he has taken the additional responsibility of keeping the score sheet as well. +10 for a direct, +10 also for a past question. So do our participants have any questions to ask? Any doubts? Any doubts? Team 1 Medical College, Team 2 NRS, Team 3 National Medical College, Team 4 Arjikor Medical College. Do you have any doubts, or shall we proceed? Okay, thank you. I think with that we shall proceed. There are 25 questions in the quiz, and myself and Dr. Rahul Valsraj will share the responsibility of answering the questions, asking the questions. And if you have any doubts, you can ask us when we answer the questions. But of course, the quiz master's decision, as in any quiz, is the final when it comes to any confusion or any controversy. So happy quizzing, all the best. I'll start sharing my screen and we'll begin with the first question shortly. Just like all the participants to give me a thumbs up if my screen is visible. Is my screen visible? Okay, good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. So we begin with question number 1, and for question number 1, we will go to the team from Medical College, which is team 1, as I said, and it's in no particular order that I put them as team 1. At the end, we'll get to see who are the winners of this quiz. Of course, everyone is a winner in terms of knowledge. So the first question goes to team 1, and you have about 30 seconds to answer it. If you fail to answer it, it will pass to the next team, and there are no negative marks again. Here goes the first question, and the time begins only after I have completed reading out the question. So Aretius of Cappadocia in modern Turkey coined the term diabetes from a Greek word meaning siphon. So there's a controversy. Some say it could be Epimius also, but it's Aretius who is conventionally considered to be the coiner of the term diabetes. However, he did a bit of research on diabetes, and he said that its differential diagnosis was snake bite, something as strange as snake bite. So why did he put snake bite as the differential diagnosis of diabetes? So it's a direct question to the team from Medical College.
Sir, actually, Aretius of Cappadocia coined the term diabetes to drain out. He said it is associated with snake bite because he confused it with diabetes insipidus.
The question is a bit specific. Why did he say that?
Actually, in snake bite, in some cases, we are getting polyuria. And
polyuria. You have hit the nail spot on. That's a great answer. So
and diabetes insipidus.
You're absolutely right. So the answer is polyuria, and you get +10. So +10 for team number 1, the team from Medical College. He found that patients with diabetes had a lot of polyuria, and of course, if you get a vasculotoxic snake bite, a viper bite, which was common in that part of Europe, you had pituitary apoplexy, and that of course could also lead to polyuria. So an excellent answer to begin the quiz, and quiz masters are the happiest when all the questions are answered, which means that we have done a good job actually, rather than the other way around. So question number 2 to team number 2, the team from NRS Medical College.
Yes, sir.
Look at it carefully. You have 2 images in front of you, image of an insulin vial, and you have an image of insulin syringe. Now you consider a situation, again, this is a hypothetical situation where 1 unit of insulin reduces blood glucose in an individual by 20 milligrams per deciliter. So you take this insulin syringe, the one in your picture, insert it into the vial, the one in the picture, you draw 10 units of insulin. After you have drawn 10 units of insulin, you inject it into the individual in whom 1 unit will reduce blood glucose by 20 milligrams per deciliter. So if you use this syringe to draw 10 units of insulin from this vial, how much would the blood glucose decrease in this individual?
Oh.
And your time starts now.
Sir, 20 milligrams per dl.
I'm sorry,
That's
is
the wrong
not
answer.
the right answer. Yes. So team 3, you just have a few seconds. Team 4?
Sir, 100.
Better, but not the right answer. Team 1 again?
200. It will decrease it by 200.
It's closer, but we still haven't got the right answer. So again,
actually, sir, 200 is not decreased. It usually goes around 180 because there is.
Okay, I'll just give out the answer. Okay. So the thing is that this was sort of a googly, and this is a situation which we face in our wards at times. If you look carefully, the vial which I have shown, that is a U100 vial, which means 1 ml of insulin in that vial has 100 units of insulin. The syringe which I have shown is a U40 syringe, which means if you draw 1 ml of insulin in that syringe, you will have 40 units of insulin. So if you use that syringe to draw 10 units of insulin, you are actually drawing 0.25 ml of insulin. So 0.25 ml of U100 insulin will have 25 units of insulin. So in this given individual, you actually are giving 25 units of insulin unknowingly when you are using this syringe instead of a U100 syringe, and 25 into 20 would decrease the blood glucose by 500 milligrams per deciliter, precipitating a catastrophe. Hypoglycemia could even lead to a death. So the message here is that it's very important to keep in mind that in our country, we have 2 different concentrations of insulin. We have a U100 insulin, we have a U40 insulin. We have 2 different syringes, a U40 syringe and a U100 syringe. And you need to match your syringe with your vial to avoid undue hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia. So that was a direct question for team 2, but since team 2 failed to answer it, the next question, the third question, goes to team 2 again. So team 2. Simple. There are 3 images on your screen, and there's something that these images have to do with diabetes. You just connect them and give me a single answer. Your time starts now.
So this is rheumatoid arthritis and use of hydroxychloroquine causing bullseye maculopathy.
Okay, I'll give it to you. So plus 10 to team 2, but you gave the correct answer, but the trees, what are they there for?
Sir, these are the trees from which hydroxychloroquine is.
These are the trees from actually quinine is obtained. Cinchona plantations, but again, those are derivatives. So again, it's a right answer. Rheumatoid arthritis, bullseye maculopathy, and cinchona plantations. Hydroxychloroquine, do you know, does it have a role to play in diabetes? You got it right, but I'll give you plus 10. But what is the role of hydroxychloroquine in diabetes?
In type 1 diabetes, it acts as an immunomodulator.
That's a sort of hypothetical scenario, yes, but it's actually used in type 2 diabetes. In India, it is approved for the use in type 2 diabetes as an add-on to patients on sulfonylurea and metformin. It has sort of an insulin sparing effect. However, because of availability of safer agents, it's not a popular agent which is used in type 2 diabetes, but it's approved for use as a glucose lowering agent in type 2 diabetes in India. Since you got it correct, plus 10, the next direct question, question 4, goes to team 3 or the team from National Medical College. The image which you get to see is actually an image from Star Trek that has nothing to do with diabetes, but the instrument which is being held by the character of Star Trek on the screen is something very similar, looks very similar at least to the instrument which MS Diagnostics invented in 1969. It cost around $650 at that time, equivalent to say 50,000 Indian rupees today, 50,000 rupees. And it was extremely expensive and only a few doctors could use it in their practice. So which instrument are we talking about? Direct question to team 3.
Sir, it's a glucometer.
It's a glucometer, okay. So I'll give it to you if I do not get a better answer from any other team. So this was 3, team 4. Can you give a better answer? Team 1.
So it's a continuous glucose monitor.
That's a bit far off in 1969. So team 2.
Sir, glucose strips.
No, I'll give it to team 3. Actually, glucometer is sort of a proprietary name. It's a brand name for a certain company. I'll give you +10, but these are glucose meters. So the actual term is glucose meters or glucose monitoring meters. Glucometer is the brand name for a particular company manufacturing these glucose meters, but I'll give it to you. So +10 to team 3. The next direct question goes to team 4 or the team from RG Kor Medical College. Simple. This has something to do with diabetes. 3 different images. Identify the condition. You have another 15 seconds to go. Team 4.
Sir, Angelman,
seconds.
sir, Angelman syndrome. Sir, Angelman syndrome.
Sorry, you are not correct this time. Team 1.
Lawrence Moonbiddle.
Team 2.
So this is Prader-Willi syndrome.
Team 2 gets it. So +10 for team 2. So I think the giveaway there was, these are all syndromes which cause obesity, and these are syndromic causes of diabetes in the young. In Prader-Willi syndrome, you get to see hypopnea during the first 6 to 12 months of life, so that these individuals often have a failure to thrive, they fail to gain weight, they fail to suckle properly during their infancy. It's only later, after the first 1 to 2 years of life, that they suddenly start gaining a lot of weight. And of course, the hands, they are the typical trident hands, and these are the characteristic obesity features that you get. If you look at the image on your left, the obesity that you get to see in Prader-Willi syndrome in young children. So with that, I move over to question 6, and for that, I would like to invite Dr. Rahul. So since this was a past answer to team 2, the team from NRS Medical College answered it correctly.
The next will be CNS.
Will go to team 3. So team 3, get ready.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me.
You're audible, Rahul. Go ahead.
Yeah. So take a good look at both of the pictures and try to identify the condition which is being trying to be portrayed over here.
Rabson-Mendenhall syndrome.
Excellent. So that is the correct answer. So team 3 gets 10 points. So if you take a look at the diagram, that is the insulin receptor. So insulin receptor has an alpha and a beta subunits. And in the photo, you can see patient has acanthosis nigricans with crowded teeth and supernumerary teeth. And also abnormal fat distribution. These are all seen in Rabson-Mendenhall syndrome. Also, there are other syndromes which you need to remember, which also associated with the insulin receptor gene mutation. That is the Donahue syndrome or the leprechanism. That is the even more severe variety as compared to Rabson-Mendenhall syndrome. And apart from that, you have also the type A insulin resistance. All these syndromes are associated with severe insulin resistance. Coming to the next question, next question will be to team 4, that is from Ajika. So can you identify what this device is used for? It is a device which is used for type 2 diabetes patients.
So this is continuous glucose monitoring, CGM.
No, that's the wrong answer. Next team, that is team number 1.
What is that?
Any answer? You have 2 seconds left. Team number 2.
So this is transcutaneous oximetry device.
Okay, I'll give you the answer. That is correct. Okay, this is a transcutaneous oxygen pressure monitor, which is used for, it's a non-invasive screening procedure used for peripheral arterial disease. And it is supposed to be slightly better than ankle brachial index because ankle brachial index can be because of arterial calcification can give false high readings. So this is some studies have shown that this is somewhat better than that. A transcutaneous oxygen pressure of less than 30 is it's suggestive of a high risk critical limb ischemia, which might require a vascular intervention. So that is the correct answer, which is
Plus
given
10 to team 2 then.
Team 2, yeah, plus
Is it?
10 to team 2.
So
Yes.
are you on course? Are you keeping the scores?
Yes. So Abhirup is
Abhirup?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm
Okay.
keeping the score.
So the last question and this question were answered correctly. So the next question to team 3 then. Rahul, is it team 3?
Yes, yes, team 3.
Next one.
So this is a photo of a patient with newly detected diabetes with a positive family history. He is on the obese side and you can see acanthosis. Can you identify the skin lesions which are there on this patient?
Diabetic dermopathy.
Oh, that's the wrong answer. Team number 4.
Hemochromatosis.
No, that is the wrong answer. Take a good look at the photo. Team number 1. No answer. Team number 1.
Bickley spots.
No.
Team 2.
Team 2.
These are eruptive xanthomas.
Correct. That's the correct answer. That is eruptive xanthomas, which is seen in hypertriglyceridemia. Usually newly detected type diabetes patients with uncontrolled diabetes can have a very high triglyceride level, and that can lead to eruptive xanthomas, which is commonly seen in the extensor surfaces of your upper limbs. It can be seen in the buttocks and also on the hands. So that is the correct answer given by team number 2. Next question, sir. So this is an X-ray and an image of a photo of a patient with type 1 diabetes who presented with pain, abdomen, and vomiting with evidence of diabetic ketoacidosis. Can you identify the problem seen in this image? That is next is to team number 3. Yeah.
Right, decay.
Cystic fibrosis.
Actually, decay. Decay.
It's a decay. When diabetic ketoacidosis.
Diabetic ketoacidosis.
Yeah. Take a look at
look at the
image.
Decay.
So it moves to the next team, I think.
Next team. So team number 4.
It's emphysematous pyelonephritis.
Excellent, excellent. So team number 4 gets the answer correct. So they have got onto the scoreboard. That is the team from Ajika. So yes, so this is emphysematous pyelonephritis. You can in the image you can see a gas formation on in the kidneys. So this is actually a medical emergency, and the patient might require a nephrectomy also. So it is a typical infection seen in uncontrolled type 1 and type 2 diabetes patients also. And type 1 patients can, because of the infection, they can present with diabetic ketoacidosis.
So the next is to team 1. Then.
Team 1, yeah.
Okay.
So I think many of us commonly eat this regularly. And so can you tell me what the glycemic index of this bucket of chicken is?
The whole bucket, it's around 80 glycemic index.
The glycemic index of chicken. So they say 80. Are you happy, Rahul?
No. So that is the wrong answer. Next
Team
to
2?
team number 2.
0, 0, 0, 0.
Excellent. So the glycemic index of chicken is 0. So that is the correct answer by team number 2 from NRS. I'll hand over the questions to you.
Before moving on, since
Yeah.
we are having it on the principle of infinite bounds, the next question will obviously be to team 3. But I think our scorer is having a tough job. Just to keep ourselves updated, Obhiru, can you share the scores with us once so that
Yes,
the
sir.
teams can also tally if we are keep doing a good job?
So after the completion of the first 10 questions, Medical College Kolkata scored 10 points. Neelotha Shoka Medical College has scored 50 points. Calcutta National Medical College has scored 20 points, and Archikar has scored 10 points.
Okay, so it's good to see everyone is there on the scoreboard, and we have another 150 points up for grabs. So there are 15 more questions. So it's still a level playing field. So the next question will be a direct question to team 3. Is it, Rahul?
Yes, sir. It's to team 3.
So question number 11 to team 3. So again, a clinical problem. Sorry. This is a middle-aged, a young, rather 32-year-old male who was detected with diabetes at 24 years of age. He is on a basal bolus insulin regime for the last 6 years, but he is also under the care of a nephrologist. If you look at his ultrasound images, there are certain findings because of which possibly a nephrologist is taking care of him, and his creatinine level is pretty high for his age. He has hyperuricemia as well, elevation in transaminase levels, and his anti-pancreatic antibodies, that is anti-GAD antibody, anti-IA2, anti-insulin antibodies are negative, which are done to rule out an autoimmune cause in diabetes. So identify the condition that we are talking about. Your time starts now.
It is modified HLF-1
You've hit the nail on. You've hit the nail on the head right away. So it's modify. Good. Plus 10 to team 3. So if you get a person with young onset diabetes with multisystemic involvement, which has nothing directly to do with diabetes, we have to keep MODI 5 in mind. Cognitive impairment is seen, hyperparathyroidism can be seen, increase in transaminases can be seen, urogenital abnormalities, hyperuricemia, cysts in the kidney, and whatnot. So imaging of the abdomen plays a very important role when you're getting someone with young diabetes. You can look for cysts in the kidney, you can look for calcification in the pancreas, you can look for fat in the liver and the pancreas. So it's a very informative investigation, imaging modality of the abdomen if you get someone with young diabetes. So congratulations, plus 10 to team 3. The next question, question 12, we move on to team 4. You get to see, what you get to see here is a continuous glucose monitoring report or ambulatory glucose profile report. But what I want you to tell me is, what is the yellow area signifying? What is it hiding actually? And this yellow rectangle is hiding something which is denoted by the blue river, which is the thick, not the thin blue line, but the thicker blue river which is flowing along the report. So what is the thicker blue river flowing along the report of a continuous glucose monitoring or an ambulatory glucose profile report signifying? Team 4, direct question, your time starts now.
Average.
Sir, average glucose profile.
No. Team 1. Team 1.
Time in range. Time in range. Time in range. Time in range. So it is a.
We are trying to look at time in range, but that's not the correct answer. Team 2.
Sir, it is the time in which for which the person had achieved euglycemic goals.
Again, not exactly the right answer. Team
high
3,
goal.
it was a direct for team 3, team 4, I think. So team 3 gets a pass attempt.
Time in range, the glucose level is 70 to 180.
No, I think not exactly. So what is being shown here is called the interquartile range.
So the answer is given away in the one it is it's written at the bottom actually. And
In spite of us failing to hide it, I think the participants couldn't spot it. But again, it goes to show that things are being done in a fair manner here. So it's the interquartile range. We had forgotten to hide it actually. If you look at point number 2, that's the 25th to 75th percentile for a given person's reading. So I think with time we'll get to see more of these reports, just like we look at the HbA1c levels now. In say the next few years, this will become more frequently available, more frequently done, and I think you'll get to learn to interpret these reports more frequently in the future. So the next question will be again a direct to team 4 then, is it?
Yes.
Okay. So the question number 13, lucky or unlucky, let's see, team 4. This is a 16-year-old boy with diabetes requiring insulin who underwent a laparotomy 2 years ago and needed recurrent hospitalization for a non-endocrine cause. Did not come to us, but to someone else for recurrent hospitalization. And you get to see an MRI image of this boy, a clinical image and an MRI image. You just identify the condition. Team 4, 30 seconds.
Sir, hemochromatosis.
Okay. I'll give it to you, plus 10 for team 4. I think you got the answer correct. It's actually secondary hemochromatosis.
Due to
due to a variety of
hemolytic anemia.
Secondary hemochromatosis. So if you look at the clinical image, you get to see the typical depressed nasal bridge. You get to see deformity of the teeth or ill-fitting teeth. If you look at the MRI image, you can appreciate that the splenic fossa is empty. So splenectomy has been done. What you get to see in the splenic fossa are the intestinal loops that are there. And if you look at the liver, this is a T2 image. There is the so-called flash bulb hyperintensity on T2 imaging of the abdomen because of increased iron content within the liver. So this is secondary hemochromatosis. And in secondary hemochromatosis, it is not only beta cell damage, but also insulin resistance, which plays a part in diabetes. So the earlier concept was it is mostly and only beta cell damage, but we now know that deposition of iron in the peripheral tissues also contributes to insulin resistance. So it's a combination of both with the predominance of beta cell damage, which results in hyperglycemia and diabetes in secondary hemochromatosis. So it was a direct for team 4, and since they got it correct, plus 10 to team 4, the next direct question goes to team 1. So team 1, question number 14. So you get to see 3 images. The first is that of a person with diabetes of 10 years who presented with sudden onset pain and swelling of the right thigh for the past 2 weeks. And there was an increase in girth of the thigh, as you can appreciate there, 52.5 of the right thigh compared to 50 centimeters for the left thigh. There was tenderness, and the total leukocyte count, which was done, was 6,800. An MRI image was done of the right thigh, and an ultrasound was also done for the same patient. And these images are there in front of you. You have to give me the condition that this person is suffering from.
So it is diabetic amyotrophy.
I'm sorry, it's not the right answer.
Sir,
team 2.
Team 2. Sir, is it necrotizing fasciitis?
Well tried, but not exactly. Team 3.
Any abscess over muscle?
Again, close, well tried, not exactly. Team 4. So I think since this was a past question, so the answer would be a condition called diabetic muscle infarction or diabetic myonecrosis. So diabetic myonecrosis is a condition where there might be sudden onset of pain with induration, increase in diameter of the thigh with local tenderness. In people with long-standing uncontrolled diabetes, it's associated with other microvascular and macrovascular complications. The exact etiology is not known, but it has been seen that if you develop diabetes myonecrosis or diabetic muscle infarction, you have a 50% chance of dying over the next 5 years. So it's associated with a variety of vascular complications. The hint here was the normal total leukocyte count, since it is a non-infectious and a non-inflammatory condition. Usually the ESR, the total leukocyte count, they do not go up. Unlike, say, a muscle abscess or a fasciitis or a pyomyonecrosis. So that is important. You get to see hyperintensity on T2, and you get to see a characteristic hypoechoic area within the muscle when you do an ultrasound. And it commonly affects the quadriceps group of muscles in people with uncontrolled and long-standing diabetes. So diabetic muscle infarction or diabetic myonecrosis would be the correct answer. So the next direct, I think, again goes to team 1. Is it, Rahul? Team 1?
Yes, team 1 again.
So team 1, question number 15. So this could be very easy or very difficult depending on whether you know the answer. This is the image of a person who was the first Indian to use insulin in patients with diabetes. And on the right, you have an image of a very famous image of a girl whom he successfully treated and published the records of that girl way back in the 1920s. I just want you to give me the name of the institution in which this particular person did most of his work. Team 1.
Nalampatti Institute.
Team 2.
Sir, this is Dr. J.P. Bose, who worked in School of Tropical Medicine, which was the erstwhile Carmichael Medical School.
Okay, I'll give it to you. School of Tropical Medicine is actually good enough. So plus 10 to team 2. This is Dr. Jyoti Prakash Bose, who used insulin way back in 1923. So today we are celebrating 100 years of the first successful insulin administration on the 23rd of January 1922. And in a year's time, Dr. Jyoti Prakash Bose successfully managed to procure insulin in India from his friends in London. He began using it in 1923. He saved the lives of several type 1 diabetes individuals who were admitted with diabetic ketoacidosis at the department at the School of Tropical Medicine in Kolkata, erstwhile Calcutta. The image that you see is that of an 11-year-old girl called Kumudin, who was one of his more famous patients in terms of her images being published in journals, in medical journals at those times. Dr. Jyoti Prakash Bose not only used insulin for the first time, but he also made a number of publications where he described how to store it, how to transport it, its effects on the body. And in fact, he did some of those experiments on himself to experience hypoglycemia, to describe the effects of insulin on the human system. So the answer would be the Calcutta School of Tropical Medicine and plus 10 to team 2. I again invite my co-quiz master, Dr. Rahul Valsraj, to take us through the next few questions. Rahul.
Yes. So a non-obese, direct to team 3, from CNMs. So a non-obese 7-year-old girl was diagnosed with diabetes at the age of 2 years. Her glycemic profile is given in the brackets below. Her pancreatic autoantibodies are negative, and she is on lifestyle management. There is a history of low birth weight. That is, her birth weight was 2.2 kgs. There's a history of gestational diabetes in the mother, and maternal grandfather has also recently been diagnosed with diabetes. Can you identify this disease?
Type 2 Modi.
GCK Modi.
Due to glucose.
Excellent. So that is type 2 Modi. You got the correct answer. That is 10 points to CNMC. So if you can see the photo, it's all 3 generations. It's an autosomal dominant pattern of inheritance. And thing to note is that there's only mild hyperglycemia And many a time carriers can also have, the mothers can also have gestational diabetes, and sometimes even they can be, some people can be diagnosed in the elderly age also. So it's not that everybody presents early. So that is the correct answer to team number 3. So next question. Shomik sir.
Okay.
So next question is to team number 4. Can you identify the structure which is shown over here? It is related with diabetes. Team number 4. You have 5 seconds. Team number 4.
Glucagon.
No, that's the wrong answer. Team number 1. No answers.
Aspart, insulin aspart.
No, that's the wrong answer. Team number 2.
Sir, is this degludec?
No, that's the wrong answer. Team number 3.
Datamate.
No. So none of you have got the answer. This is actually pramlintide. Pramlintide. So that is an amylin agonist. So it is not amylin because in pramlintide there's the proline is substituted at position that is in the yellow, if you can see, at 25, 28 and 29 position. Proline is substituted. So it is an injectable synthetic amylin analog. Pramlintide. It is not commonly used now. It is used for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It mainly acts by decreasing gastric emptying, increasing satiety, but it has some gastric side effects and it is an injectable therapy, so it is not preferred to be used now. So that is pramlintide. So next question, sir.
This will be to which team?
It will be to team number 4 again.
Okay, direct question to team 4, question 18.
So these are 3 images. And can you connect these 3 images? Should I give them a clue, sir?
No, first let's see what happens.
Okay. Team number 4.
Can I get some clue?
Now, first we'll go through it once. Let's see, because it's the same for everyone. Another 15 seconds.
Sir, this is a patient, some nom come Elizabeth, which got first insulin. Elizabeth.
No, that's the wrong answer. Team number 1.
So this looks like the St. Bart's Hospital where the UK prospective diabetes study was conducted. And I think this lady, she was the patients
Was on which type 2 diabetes?
No.
and
That's the wrong answer. Not close.
This is quite
team number
difficult
2.
actually, but anyway.
Team number 2.
Sir, any hints?
Each of this is an individual, each of these images is an individual quiz question in itself. Each of these have their own significance, but you can connect these 3. And this is the most difficult question of this quiz, I would say.
So the role of starvation in treating diabetes?
Well tried, guessed, but the next team
number 3.
HbA1c.
HbA1c.
HbA1c, no. So
yeah.
So
So
I
you can
think
give
we
the
won't
answer.
give points, but I think we can start giving them hints. For example, the image on the right corner that you get to see is that of typhoid Mary. I think you've heard of typhoid Mary in your community medicine books. But what does she have to do with diabetes? That is typhoid Mary. On the left, you get to see a very famous image. This is the Montpellier School of Medicine in Montpellier, France. And this is the oldest medical school which is still in existence. It's there for the last 1100 years. But what does it have to do with diabetes? And the UKPDS, of course, has something to do with diabetes, but you need to link all these three together. Typhoid Mary, the Montpellier School of Medicine, and the UKPDS trial. Can anyone get it? Anyone?
Sulfonyl, team 3, sulfonyl.
Okay, you got it, but I won't give you sulfonylurea.
No points. Yeah.
No points. So actually it was at the Montpellier School of Medicine where Marcel Janvon was trying to find a cure for typhoid. And he was using sulfonamides in rabbits. And he found that some of them were behaving. No, the hints have been given. So the rabbits were behaving bizarrely. Some of them were dying. He found that it was causing hypoglycemia. He went on to his colleague from the clinical site, Auguste Lubatiers, who tried it out in his patients. And thus the sulfonylureas were born, which formed a big part of treatment in the UKPDS trial. So typhoid, the Montpellier School of Medicine, and UKPDS, they are linked in these ways. Can anyone identify the statues that are there? The name of these two individuals? One of them is pretty famous. The other one is not that famous. Okay, one of them is Peyronie, from whom we get Peyronie's disease. And the other is a person called Barthes, who published 2000 papers 300 years ago, but he's not that well known anyway. So we move over to the next question, question number 19.
That is to team number 4.
So direct to team 4.
So can you arrange in descending order of speed of insulin absorption? So the different insulin injection sites are given. Arrange in descending order of speed of insulin absorption. Team number 4.
Sir, highest is abdomen.
Yeah.
Then is upper outer thigh. Then upper outer arm, lastly buttocks.
Next team. It's a wrong answer.
Abdomen highest. Then there are upper out arms, and then
the back and
back,
back
buttocks, and then upper outer thighs.
Next team. It's a wrong answer.
Sir, it's sir in the sir, in the upper arm of back, in the upper arm, and in the abdomen, it is the same, followed by in the thighs, and followed by in the thighs.
Can you repeat that? I didn't get you.
Sir, in the abdomen and in the upper part of the arm, it is the same, followed by in the these thighs, anterolateral aspect of thigh.
Okay, no. Next team.
Abdomen, upper arm, thigh, and then buttock.
Yeah, so that's the correct answer. Team number 4. So team number 3, you didn't say anything about the buttocks, so that's why I didn't give it to you. So sorry, that is which team did you said it now? Team number 3. Is it? 3. Yeah. Team number 3
plus 10 for this question. 19. So it's
the answer
abdomen,
is abdomen, upper outer arms, outer thighs, and then buttocks. So that is the correct answer. So the next question to team number 4 again. Yeah. So this is a photo from a movie from the 1980s, which is one of the most famous portrayal of diabetes. So I don't know if you can identify the actors which are there in this photo. So one is Julia Roberts, and the other one portraying her mom is Sally Field. So can you name this movie? Team number 4.
Pass, sir.
Next, team number 1.
No.
Team number 2.
Sir, this is Steel Magnolias.
Correct. That's the correct answer. Excellent. So that is Steel Magnolias. So the patient, that is Julia Roberts, has type 1 diabetes. So in the movie, they actually depict her having the complications of diabetes. She has an episode of hypoglycemia, which is treated by her maid. Then also, apart from that, she becomes pregnant and delivers a baby boy, following which she has renal failure and undergoes dialysis. And finally, she gets a renal transplant. And when she's on immunosuppressant therapy, finally she develops an infection and she becomes comatose and ventilated. And finally she dies. So depicts everything, a journey that a type 1 diabetes patient has to face. So it is a very famous movie from the 1980s. So I hand it over again to Shomik Goswami sir for the next question.
So Dr. Rahul, so before we move over to the final 5 questions, can we have a round of scores, please? Dr. Obhiru?
Yes, sir. Team 1, Medical College Kolkata scored 10. Team 2, NRS Medical College scored 70. Team 3, Calcutta National Medical College scored 50. And Team 4, Arjikar scored 20.
So Team 2 and Team 3 are almost neck to neck. Team 1 and Team 4 have some catching up to do, but there are still 50 points up for grabs. So let's see what happens over the last 5 questions of this year's quiz. So question number 21, and this is a direct to team. Rahul, which team? Can you help?
Team 3, sir.
Team 3. So Team 3. So it's simple. This is the ADA 2020 standards of medical care in diabetes, where they give you a treatment algorithm. If you look at, and this is a very popular treatment algorithm, it's followed and replicated all over the world. If you look at this algorithm, in people with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or high risk for atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, I have put a violet rectangle hiding something, a third choice agent after SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor agonists. So what is that third choice agent as per this year's ADA standards of medical care in diabetes to be used in patients with ASCVD or high cardiovascular risk?
Sir, pioglitazone.
Okay, you get it, +10. So it's good to see that our trainees are updated. So this year there has been a big change from keeping pioglitazone in the poor man's corner, where only cost and access, if you don't have access to other drugs or when cost is an issue, you could consider pioglitazone. They have actually moved it up in hierarchy, or they have given it a special place in patients with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or high cardiovascular risk, where after SGLT2 inhibitor and GLP-1 receptor agonist, in the absence of contraindications, of course, you can use pioglitazone as the next agent of choice. So +10 to team 3, well done. The next direct question to team number 4, question number 22. So Lilly's chief chemist, again a question from the history of insulin discovery, and we'll be dealing with more of these over the next few questions. George Walden, he made a major breakthrough when it comes to insulin discovery. What was it? Team 4. We talk of Banting and Best and MacLeod and Collip. What about George Walden? Another 15 seconds.
Uh,
5 seconds.
Isoelectric precipitation, they made some method by isoelectric precipitation. They Humalog.
I'll give it to you, but I want a better answer. I'll give it to you +10, but can you explain how did isoelectric precipitation help?
Delayed absorption.
Delayed absorption.
No, but I'll give it to you +10. Can anyone else tell me how isoelectric precipitation was a major breakthrough?
Sir, it helped in the production of neutral insulins.
In mass production, actually, because they
Actually,
were
it's not mass production, but I'll give +10. Okay, give +10 because they actually told the correct answer, isoelectric precipitation. Collip purified insulin, but he could only purify insulin to the extent that a very small amount of it could be produced per day. To actually make it available to the masses, you need to produce it en masse. And there, George Walden, he found out that isoelectric precipitation could help produce a lot of insulin at the same time purified insulin in a short period of time. And that was the important breakthrough which actually took insulin from the laboratory to the masses. So George Walden, his breakthrough helped insulin reach millions of individuals. Interestingly, there was a patent war between the University of Toronto and Eli Lilly with regard to this isoelectric precipitation method at that time. I won't go into the details of that. That could be the question, another question in another quiz some other day possibly. So question number 23. So this was a direct for team 4 since they got it correct. The next direct goes to team 1. Question 23. So we know that the insulin has contributed to different Nobel Prizes. Nobel Prize of Banting and MacLeod for the discovery of insulin, to Sanger for finding out the primary structure, to Dorothy Hodgkins for finding out the tertiary structure, to Rosalind Yallow for finding out radioimmunoassay estimation of insulin. But there's a certain individual who also has something to do with insulin and the Nobel Prize called George Minot. I just want you to tell me the association. A direct to team 1.
He did a job on pernicious anemia actually. He used vitamin B12 concentrate to treat treat the terminal ileal disease, something like that.
Okay.
But that was his contribution for Nobel Prize.
What about insulin? Pernicious anemia is not insulin.
He had diabetes actually.
Okay, he had
diabetes.
Okay, I'll give it to you, +10. So I just wanted particularly that George Minot, of course, was one of the co-recipients of the Nobel Prize in 1934. He found, along with William Paddy Murphy, he found that if you gave beef liver, half a pound of beef liver to patients with pernicious anemia, you could treat that anemia. He developed type 1 diabetes in October 1921. And from January 1923, he was under the treatment of another famous person, Jocelyn, Elliot Proctor Jocelyn, who treated him with insulin. So if insulin was not discovered in 1922, possibly George Minot would not have survived to find out the treatment for pernicious anemia, which he actually did in 1926. So those 4 or 5 years he survived because of the discovery of insulin. So insulin has directly contributed to certain Nobel Prizes, indirectly contributed to the Nobel Prize of George Minot by allowing him to survive and find out that you can treat pernicious anemia if you give vitamin B12. So excellent answer, +10 to team 1. The next question, direct question, goes to team number 2. And it's question number 24. And I think it would be a sitter because this is a question which has been repeated in diabetes quizzes time and again. I'm showing you an image. What is the significance of this image? If you know it, it's an easy one.
Sir, it is the
this was in Ontario, Canada, with where Benting was born, I guess. So means he discovered insulin in Ontario because University of Ontario was that physiology department where they were working.
So I'll go to other teams. If I get a better answer, I'll give it to them, or I'll split marks, or I'll give it to you. Team 3.
It's the University of Toronto.
No, don't repeat what they have said. If you have something new to add, you can add it. Team 4.
Sir, it honors Dr. Banting for his discovery of insulin and also those persons whose life has been saved by insulin.
Team 1.
Sir, this is the flame of hope
that everyone is repeating.
Sir, this is the flame of hope which will be extinguished once the cure for diabetes has been discovered, and the discoverers will be flown in.
I'll give +5 to team 2 and +5 to team 1. Good. So this is actually the flame of hope at London, Ontario, Canada, which was lit for the first time in 1989 by Queen Elizabeth. It honors the contribution of Frederick Banting. This place is called Frederick Banting Square. The flame which had been lit in 1989 is still a flame. It's a constant reminder that we are yet to cure diabetes. We can treat diabetes, but we are yet to cure diabetes. And this flame will be extinguished once a cure for type 1 diabetes specifically is found. So that is the significance of the Flame of Hope at London, Ontario. The final question, it will go to team 3 because it was a direct for team 2. So the final question of this quiz goes to team 3, but of course, if they can't answer, everyone has a chance to answer it. This is an image, a rather younger Herbert Boyer in the 1970s who found out the method to coax E. coli to synthesize insulin. So this was the big move from porcine and bovine insulin to genetic engineering and human insulin using E. coli genetic modifications, coaxing them to produce human insulin. However, insulin was the second protein that he synthesized using this genetic technology, which was the first protein to be synthesized with genetic engineering. Insulin was the second protein. And it's a direct question to team 3.
Pre-pro-insulin.
No, team 4.
Sir, somatostatin.
I'll give it to team 4. Your correct answer is somatostatin. So somatostatin was the first to be produced using genetic technology, recombinant technology. Insulin was the second. Can you tell me which was the third? Anyone? While Obhirup does the scoring, Obhirup calculates the final scores. Which was the third protein? The third was growth hormone. So a lot to do with endocrinology when it comes to recombinant DNA technology. So with that, we come to the end of this quiz. I would like to congratulate all the participants, and I would like to thank my co-quiz master, Dr. Rahul Valsraj. He has contributed to the questions, helped in compiling the quiz and helped with conducting the quiz as well. All of the participants have done a good job. Some of the guesses were excellent. And I think it has been a learning process, a learning session for all of us. Over to Dr. Obhirup to tell out the final scores. I would say everyone is a winner. The good news is we have prizes for all the teams. So we have a third runner-up, we have a second runner-up, we have a first runner-up, and we have the champions of this quiz. So all of you will get your prizes in due course of time. Over to Dr. Obhirup to tell the final scores and take us to the next session of this year's meeting.
Thank you, sir. So at the end of the quiz session, I must say that the third runner-up of today's quiz session is Medical College Kolkata with 25 points. The second runner-up is Arjikor Medical College with 40 points. First runner-up is Calcutta National Medical College with 70 points, and the winner of today's quiz is NRS Medical College with 75 points.
Big round of virtual applause for the winners as well as all the participants of this year's quiz. And over to Obhirup to take us through the next session. I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Shomi Goswami, sir, and Dr. Rahul Valsaraj, sir. Now we have come to our last academic session of today's webinar, and that is Aberdeen area. Aberdeen is a port city in the northeast part of the Scotland of United Kingdom. Dr. John MacLeod, who was originally a Scotsman, returned to Scotland in 1928 and became the Regius Professor of Physiology at Aberdeen University after leaving Toronto, or not to a very sweet note. With this, I'd like to invite the chairperson of our next session, Professor Sotinath Mukhopadhyay, sir, Professor in the Department of Endocrinology of PGMER and SSKM Hospital. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Obhirup. Good morning to Dr. Riddhi Dasgupta. If you are with us, Riddhi, have you joined?
Yes, Riddhi has joined.
And okay, so and good afternoon to everyone else. So from a fantastic, a very interesting quiz on insulin, we are now moving over to clinical research related to insulin, and we have none other than Dr. Riddhi Dasgupta, a brilliant endocrinologist and an avid researcher in the area of insulin resistance and its estimation. So Riddhi will be taking us through the nitty-gritties of insulin clamp and its relevance in the context of clinical assessment of insulin resistance. So Dr. Riddhi will be speaking to us from Cambridge, UK, where he is currently stationed. So over to you, Riddhi. Riddhi, we can't hear you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible now. If you could...
Yes, I'll just share my screen. So good afternoon to all of you in India, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be invited by the Endocrine Society of Bengal, and my special thanks to Professor Nilanjan Sengupta, who personally invited me for this session. And it's something which is very close to my heart, insulin clamp, something which I have been involved with over the last 8 to 10 years. And throughout today's discussion, my focus will be mainly on insulin clamps in assessing insulin resistance, though there are other forms of clamps looking at hypoglycemias and beta cell secretion, but for want of time, I won't be covering those in detail. So the major questions before us is obviously first how to define insulin resistance, what is a steady state physiology, which is considered as the holy grail for clamp studies, how to construct a successful pancreatic clamp, can clamp data be useful in a clinical scenario, and how to choose an alternative, if at all, in low resource settings. So very simply put, insulin resistance is defined as existing wherever normal concentrations of insulin produce a less than normal biological response. Now, that can either be an insulin sensitivity defect or an insulin responsiveness defect. Now, sensitivity is basically the half maximal biological response produced by a particular concentration of the insulin, whereas responsiveness is defined as the maximal biologic response. As you can see very clearly in this graph put forward by Khan et al., the Vmax, or the maximal response, is what is known as insulin responsiveness, and the half maximal concentration, or EC50. So if a person has to develop insulin resistance, he can either develop a downward shift of the Vmax, that is a decrease in the responsiveness, or he can develop a right shift and increase in the EC50. One or both, or a combination of these two, leads to what is known as insulin resistance. However, in practical field, what we commonly enter is differential insulin resistance. So most of you would be knowing how the insulin acts at the liver, the skeletal muscle, and the adipose tissue. And at each of these three sites, separately, studies have proved that there can be insulin resistance, which are by themselves pathognomic for the causation of diabetes and other metabolic disorders. Obviously, there have been a lot of pathways which are described. I won't be going into the details of these, but each of these are important to understand, especially if you're trying to develop novel therapies or find out newer pathophysiological pathways for metabolic disorders. What is important to us for today's discussion is how do we assess insulin resistance as a whole, as well as at the differential level, and what are the tools we have, and where does clamps fit into that scheme of things. So most of us are aware with the surrogates. Now, when we talk of surrogates, it's very important to remember that they are broadly two types. One are the fasting surrogates, like your HOMA, the quickie, the glucose insulin ratio, and the others are derived from a dynamic test, which is most commonly either a mixed meal challenge or an oral glucose tolerance test. And there you have your more fancy ones like the Matsuda, the Sturm-Walls index, the ISI, and so forth. Now, from the basic pathophysiology of glucose homeostasis, fasting indices give you an idea of endogenous glucose production, which in turn is a surrogate for hepatic insulin resistance. Whereas those from dynamic give you an idea of peripheral glucose uptake and hence a marker of peripheral insulin resistance. So in other words, if you are using HOMA to look at insulin resistance, at the end of the day, you are by and large looking at endogenous glucose production and not at the insulin action on peripheral glucose uptake. The following graph gives a better idea where you can see under research circumstances, the person is usually given a glucose load, which can either be an IV glucose load in the form of a clamp, an IV GTT, or an insulin suppression test, or an oral glucose load, which is most commonly an OGTT. And as I said, the fasting indices go more in favor of the liver resistance, and dynamic indices go more in favor of the peripheral resistance, and stepped euglycemic clamps, which I will come to the definition of later on, with stable isotope tracers are the only means of simultaneously assessing these two different forms of insulin resistance. So if you're looking at pathophysiological studies where you really want to look at the differential resistance, clamps are your only option. Now, how good are these surrogates? Just a brief idea. Multiple studies have shown that there is limited predictability of surrogate indices in Asian Indian men. A study which I was a part of from CMC Vellore, where we looked at poor performance of surrogates in Indians and hence the need for clamp studies. So before we go into the clamp study proper, we should take a minute to understand what is steady state physiology. So this is what happens under normal circumstances. There is 95% output from the liver, around 5% of the renal gluconeogenesis, and that goes into various tissues of which brain obviously takes up the maximum. Now suppose this is the famous model which we call as the bathtub model in terms of clamp physiology. So suppose instead of the bathtub you have the human body, which is treated as a single compartment. And in this single compartment you have a faucet which is bringing in glucose instead of water, and you have a drain which is taking out glucose instead of water. So RA is the rate of appearance of the glucose, and RD is the rate of disappearance of the glucose. Now, under the steady state condition, which means there is minimal glucose flux, nothing is being added or nothing is being withdrawn externally, we would expect the RA to be equal to the RD, which in other words gives us the Steele's equation. Now, RA under fasting conditions is nothing but your endogenous glucose production, and RD is your peripheral glucose uptake. So that is what is happening under conditions of fasting, and that is also what we aim when we do an intervention like clamps. So what happens to the physiology in euglycemic hyperinsulinemic clamps? Here we have an exogenous glucose infusion, and at the same time we also have an increased hyperinsulinemic insulin infusion. Now, whenever there is hyperinsulinemia, the liver shuts down. It stops its endogenous glucose production. So effectively, the amount of glucose which is coming in through the external source is the one which is being taken up by the peripheral glucose uptake, provided your clamp is 100% successful in totally suppressing the EGP. So that is the basic physiology or basic aim of doing an euglycemic clamp. So if we come back to a bathtub model and see how the clamp influences that. So in the case of a clamp, the RA here is no longer contributed by the EGP. The EGP has been rendered silent by an insulin infusion. And instead of that, you have an exogenous glucose, which is usually 20 or 25% dextrose. And your target is to maintain euglycemia. So as long as you maintain your glucose levels between 90 to 100, you are maintaining a steady state where this bathtub is not disturbed. So what we get is the uptake, which is popularly known as M, or the whole body glucose disposal. So M will be equal to the glucose infusion rate because your EGP is suppressed by the insulin infusion. Along with that, you have two corrections. One is a urinary correction, which in case of euglycemic clamps is taken as 0. And the other is a space correction, which accounts for glucose fluxes over and above the glucose which is being taken up into the periphery. And you get the formula of M equal to GIR minus SC. And there is a fixed formula that if you put into a computer model, it gives you a value for the space correction. Very important to remember is always when you are expressing clamp values, do it in terms of lean body mass or the fat-free mass. So we never express it as a whole, but rather in terms of adjustment for fat-free mass. So that's your euglycemic clamp, and this is the same which was described by Di Fronzo et al. In 1979. Now, two questions. One is, how do we know which is a steady state in a clamp? How do we decide that between 60 to 120 or 80 to 120 minutes of starting the infusion, the body will achieve the steady state? Well, there are studies done, and that has shown the lowest coefficient of variation for the time period between 1 to 2 hours after starting a 2-hour clamp. So that is the ideal time when you should do an M value calculation. The other important question is, when we say hyperinsulinemia, how much insulin is needed actually to suppress the EGP? So a very elegant study showed that in non-diabetic subjects, as you go on increasing the insulin rates up to 1 units per kg per minute, you achieve 98% suppression. Based on this, it gives us the formula of 40. Some people even use an insulin infusion of 60. So that is the reason why in hyperinsulinemia, we use an infusion rate of 40 to 60 to achieve nearly 98 to 100% suppression of the EGP. Now, these are some of the normal M values that have been quoted in literature. Important to remember is that for normal glycemic Asian Indians, 4.7 is roughly taken as the cutoff for the M value, which is the peripheral glucose uptake. So higher the M value, the better is your uptake and the more sensitive you are. Just a brief slide, because a lot of us do work with surrogates in clinical practice, and this is a correlation of the commonly used surrogates when compared to an M value. Now, interesting is the HOMA-IR, which was the original studies done by Matthews, involved only 12 patients with normal glucose tolerance and 11 with diabetes, and had an R value of 0.88. Over the years, as more and more people have correlated HOMA with clamps, the value has somewhat fallen. Quickie, Matsuda, Stumwalls all have fairly good correlations with clamps in the range of 0.75 to even 0.78 for the Matsuda, as well as for the minimal model. So this is important to keep in mind if you are designing a study with surrogates, to know exactly how sensitive your estimates would be. Now we come to the most advanced variety of the pancreatic clamps, that is the stepped pancreatic euglycemic clamps. Now, it's euglycemic and hyperinsulinemic, obviously, as I explained, because it keeps the glucose at 90 to 100. Why it is called a pancreatic clamp? Because a continuous infusion of somatostatin is given to suppress the pancreatic growth hormone and glucagon throughout the clamp. Why it is called a stepped clamp? Because two different insulin doses are used during the two phases of the clamp, respectively, to identify hepatic and peripheral resistance, along with a very novel form of use of stable isotopic tracers. And these are the key to determine the glucose fluxes at the level of the liver as well as of the muscle. So a bit about tracers. A tracer is a substance which will follow the flux of a naturally occurring substrate. In this case, it is glucose, and it will experience the identical metabolic fate as glucose. However, it has to be very negligible. Its entry has to be equivalent, and its measurement can be clearly distinguished from that of glucose. By and large, we have two varieties. One is the radioisotopes and the other are the stable isotopes. For obvious reasons, stable isotopes are used in most of the clamp studies, and 6,6 glucose, that is known as the deuterated glucose, is what we commonly use. So coming back to a bathtub model with respect to a tracer. So how does tracer alter the kinetics of the bathtub model? So the left-hand column of the glucose and the liver remain as it is. What we are doing is we are adding a tracer associated glucose into the mix. However, the tracer does not have any separate metabolism from that of glucose. So it will follow the same kinetics as that of glucose. Rather, the undiluted glucose present in the body, the untagged glucose, the glucose which does not have the tracer, will somewhat dilute the amount of tracer which is being added. And this dilution or this amount of tracer which is being added is known as tracer enrichment. Why enrichment? Because these are naturally occurring isotopes, so some amount is already present in the body, and we are just enriching the reserve. And this is expressed as atom percent excess or APE, and this is identified by the formula of tracer, which in this case is deuterated glucose, divided by tracer plus trace. So we will be knowing this beforehand, before we start the clamp. And how does that help us in identifying EGP and RD? So from Steele's equation, we know that RA, which in this case is rate of tracer infusion by the specific activity, has to be equal to RD. So endogenous glucose production in this case is a combination of rate of appearance of the untagged glucose. Along with that, we have the tagged glucose. So if you take out the glucose infusion rate, that is the untagged glucose, from the total amount of glucose which is being added to the body, you get the EGP. RD will obviously be EGP plus RA. Sorry, there's a mistake there. It will be EGP plus RA from this formula. Important thing to remember is to calculate the specific activity. You need gas chromatography. So it is imperative that if you are setting up a tracer-based clamp, you should have access to a GCMS system. Otherwise, you won't be getting this SA value, and obviously your formula for calculation of EGP and RD won't work. So in practice, this is from a picture from the clamps done when I was at CMC. And it's a very intensive procedure over almost 24 hours, where you have a preparatory phase of 12 to 16 hours, followed by the actual 6-hour stepped clamp, and then a 2-hour recovery phase. All patients are brought in the night before. They stay in the ward, and an overnight insulin infusion is given to ensure that blood glucose levels remain between 90 to 100. On the day of the clamp, this is what happens. So in the morning, the subject is transferred to the metabolic room. Somatostatin, glucagon, and growth hormones are infused. Along with that, as I said, the tracer-associated glucose is given. Now, if you see, there are 3 distinct phases of the euglycemic hyperinsulinemic clamp. The first phase is the basal phase, the second is the low insulin phase, and the third is the high insulin phase. Now, the aim of the low insulin phase is to give an idea of the hepatic resistance, and the aim of the high insulin phase is to give an idea of the peripheral resistance. Glucose is measured every 5 minutes by a glucose analyzer, and only the glucose infusion can be adjusted. You cannot adjust the insulin infusion, it is fixed. So only by adjusting the glucose infusion, you can keep it between 90 to 100. Now, why do we need a basal phase? Why not straight away go to a low insulin and a high insulin phase and cut down the clamp by 2 hours? So extensive physiological studies have actually shown that that value of 40, which we had earlier got, for suppressing EGP is true only in insulin-sensitive non-diabetic subjects. However, for the rest of the people, insulin infusion to completely suppress EGP does not have a fixed formula. It depends on your basal requirement. So that is why during the basal phase here, we are trying to find out how much insulin would be sufficient to suppress the glucose which is being produced in the basal phase. And then we add 20 to it to get the actual amount of insulin needed to suppress EGP. So that is why the basal phase is important. This is a snapshot of how a clamp sheet looks like. It's obviously very busy, as you can see, but what is very important to note that hardly the steady states. So the steady states are between the 180 to 240 minutes, and then again between your 5 to 6 hours, so 300 to 360. And during the steady state, you can find largely most of the values are between 90 to 100, and some are around 87 even. So the closer to 90 you are, the better it is. An average of this would come somewhere between 90 to 100, and same for the high phase, that is 5 to 6. So that means this is a near perfectly done clamp where we have achieved throughout euglycemia without causing any change to the glucose fluxes, without disturbing the steady state. This is the column for the glucose infusion rates, which you see as the insulin infusion has gone up, this person has required progressively increased glucose infusions, which is obviously physiological. And here you have the insulin infusion rate. So the basal was 4, we added 20 to get it to 24, and then we straight away moved to 80 during the last phase. Now, a couple of unique things which are considered while doing a clamp. One is where to draw the blood sample from. So instead of doing an arterial sampling, what we do is a heated hand technique. So we use heating pads, which induces vasodilatation and converts the venous blood into an arterialized venous blood sample. So the hand from where you're drawing the blood ideally should have a heating pad to maintain this. Hypoglycemia is less likely because you're giving the counter-regulatory hormones. But what you need to be really careful about is potassium, especially during the high insulin phase, where you need to be very vigilant about monitoring potassium regularly. However, the clamps are not free from its drawbacks. It is time consuming, labor intensive, and of course expensive. It requires an experienced team. Insulin sensitivity is measured only under a steady state condition. So it does not portray the actual dynamic conditions that a body is subjected to, like exercise and meals. For this, a number of newer innovations like dual tracer and triple tracer techniques have been assessed, and hopefully these will come into use to portray these conditions as well. Now, are there modifications to the clamps as we move forward? Can things be made easier or less elaborate? So that's an interesting thing to consider. Now, these are a variety of clamp-like experiments, I would say, and these are known as the rapid insulin sensitivity test, where you get the same data as that of a clamp without actually spending 6 hours in the patient. Here, the subject comes in a fasting state for 24 hours, and baseline glucose that is obtained is your target for the wrist. Next, you give an IV bolus of regular insulin. Your idea is to maintain euglycemia without any further insulin doses and monitor blood glucose every 1 to 2 minutes until you reach the target glucose, which is the same as that was there before the patient was given the insulin. And the total amount of glucose which is required during the time period to maintain euglycemia is your insulin sensitivity index. Studies have shown that the mean duration for such a rapid test is only around 45 to 60 minutes, which is a 1-hour test. It can be used even postprandially after exercise, and compared to clamps, they show a very good correlation of 0.8. Can OGTTs replace clamps? So usually when we talk of OGTTs, we always think of surrogate indices. So this is a very innovative study, though done in 2007 by Ghani et al. And this is the only OGTT-based method to test muscle and hepatic insulin resistance simultaneously. So if you have a time constraint or a cost constraint, you don't want to do a clamp, you can actually do an OGTT, look at the area under the curve for glucose and multiply it by the area under the curve for insulin for the first 30 minutes, and you get hepatic resistance. And you look at the rate of decay of plasma glucose during your OGTT, and you get muscle resistance. So now we'll look at some of the practical applications of euglycemic clamps. India has had a strong history of doing euglycemic clamps, the earliest ones done by Dr. Garg in malnutrition-related diabetes, and also Dr. Anurag Kurpad from St. John's, where he looked at people with low BMI diabetes. Interestingly, at Vellore also, we have had a special interest in looking at low birth weight, and these were the earliest forms of clamps based on de Franzo's model. As you can see, this is the 2-hour clamps where we looked at insulin sensitivity in these individuals. Based on these clamp studies, we have also looked at assessing insulin resistance in people with varying birth weights. Interestingly, we have found that the FGIR had better predictive accuracy in low birth weight and quickie in normal birth weight Indians. And we have also identified a novel index where we replaced insulin with C-peptide, and that shows better predictive accuracy in Indians. Further, we have looked at triglyceride glucose ratio as also lipid accumulation product. So these are novel surrogates which we could identify only because of the data we had from our euglycemic clamp studies. Moving further, we have explored the link between insulin resistance, hepatic and myocellular lipids, and also PGI Chandigarh, led by Dr. Anil Bansali, has done fantastic work with these clamps in diseases beyond diabetes, where you can see not only insulin resistance, but also incretin resistance or GIP resistance have been found in patients with acromegaly. They have done pre-op and post-op 2-hour clamps to identify these. And they have also looked at bone marrow-derived transplants in type 2 diabetes, a very novel study, which was based on the findings of clamps as well as mixed meal tests. So is there a role for the tracer pancreatic clamps or the 6-hour clamps? So CMC Vellore has been one of the pioneers in using this technique in India. And the aim was to look at novel physiology in predominantly 2 disorders. One was people with the so-called malnutrition modulated diabetes or extremely low BMI diabetes, in which along with pancreatic clamps, calorimetry and spectroscopy was done. Now, if you take a minute to look at this, you can see during the 2 steady states, the first graph shows very beautifully matched glucose levels, as also this is the level of APE or enrichment. So this suggests that the tracer enrichment and the steady state glucose were perfectly managed during the clamps done in this study group. This, of course, are the insulin secretion rates, which are significantly low. At the same time, there is hepatic and peripheral resistance in this group, which were distinctly different from the type 2 and type 1. Thus, we followed these up with metabolomic studies and also looking at VAT-SAT ratios in pancreatic fat. And low BMI diabetes, or what was known as malnutrition modulated diabetes, we feel is not a variety of type 2, but rather a distinct form of diabetes, very unique from type 1 and type 2. The second form of diabetes where Vellore has tried using the clamps is in tropical chronic pancreatitis and FCPD. And here also we have been looking at using various forms of clamps and various tests in FCPD, identifying novel pathophysiology. And FCPD was characterized by hepatic and peripheral resistance, along with a significant amount of increased glucagon, which was a novel finding for us, and that correlated with the postprandial glucose excursions. Building on our experience of the clamps, we moved on to do tests known as the isoglycemic glucose infusion test for evaluating incretin pathways. And our hypothesis was that the source of glucagon is not from the pancreas, but from the gut, and our studies actually bear out the fact that in FCPD there is a potential for gut-derived glucagon to play a role. How much this contributes to the actual metabolism is a matter which is still being explored, but this seems to be an exciting finding. Has OGTT-derived clamps, as shown by Ghani et al., been tried in India? So this is a small study which I was part of. This is from West Bengal. And during the time of the COVID pandemic, we found a lot of new onset diabetes who were presenting with DKA. And then we did a follow-up study. Initially, we looked at mixed meals in them, and we found that they represented a very unique form of ketosis-prone diabetes, where near complete recovery of beta cell secretion was seen at 8 to 12 months. We also thought of subjecting them to the Ghani's method of 3 hours glucose tolerance tests and looking at hepatic and peripheral resistance. And very interestingly, we found that the hepatic resistance and peripheral resistance in people who had remission, as well as people who did not have remission, lagged behind the recovery of the beta cell, suggesting that there are factors at play other than simple insulin secretion, which is a major driver of new onset diabetes in COVID-19. And there's a recent paper in Nature in December 2021, which also talks of how COVID-19 induces insulin resistance, not only at the level of the liver or muscle, but also the adipose tissue. So these are definitely exciting trends which need to be looked at in detail. Has other endocrine disorders, has pancreatic clamps been useful? The answer is yes. If you look at the data of acromegaly, large trials with pegvisomant have been totally based on the findings from euglycemic clamps. Cushing's disease, especially the newer drugs like pasireotide, whenever they are tried, insulin sensitivity and adipokines once again have been done with the help of euglycemic clamps. Even in patients with paraganglioma. So this was a very exquisite study done by a Japanese group where they compared people before and after surgery of pheochromocytomas, and they looked at insulin sensitivity, insulin secretion, and also looked at various adipose tissue parameters. And they have even done a follow-up in them to show how much of it is actually recovered after the surgery. And there's also a recent paper which looks at insulin resistance in patients with primary hyperparathyroidism. So the message is obviously that just because it is insulin clamps, it does not need to be contained to the field of diabetes or metabolic disorders. Rather, the wider scope of endocrine disorders do have a role for these kind of studies. So to summarize whatever I have discussed in the last 20 minutes or so, the aim of any clamp study is assessment of insulin resistance. However, if you have the aim of assessing insulin resistance in mind, beyond clamps, there are certain other factors that you need to consider. First is the sample size and the nature of the study. So epidemiological studies, larger population size, low resource setting, where you have only fasting studies are feasible. You cannot do dynamic tests or elaborate tests. You must accept that you are analyzing only hepatic insulin resistance, and there your best bets remain a HOMA-IR or a quickie. Studies at Vellore have shown fasting glucose insulin ratio to be good in low birth weight individuals, and also novel indices like the LAP index and the C-peptide index can be thought of. Now, the second scenario where you have a slightly more, rather slightly less constraint on your study design, you have managed to get a clearance for a dynamic test like an OGTT. Here, obviously, you are looking at predominantly peripheral insulin resistance. Matsuda, insulin sensitivity index, and disposition index do well. However, more and more data is suggesting that indices which incorporate both lipid and glucose parameters, like your Macaulay's index, which includes triglyceride, or the triglyceride glucose index, which I showed earlier, should be evaluated. So these may give you a better idea than just looking at glucose or insulin. And finally, we come to the scenario where you have research setting, smaller sample size, you want to try out a new drug, or you want to test a novel physiology. However, even there can be two possibilities. One is time or cost, or both are constraints. So you go for a 2 to 3 hour clamp. You do not use a tracer, or you can even use the 1 hour modified variety of the rapid clamps. However, you must accept that you are not going to explore differential insulin resistance. You are going to have an idea of whole body glucose disposal, which is in effect basically the peripheral glucose uptake. And finally, you come to the most advanced variety where tracer studies are feasible, and you can go ahead to do a 6 hour stepped pancreatic clamps, which gives you a good information about the hepatic and peripheral resistance. Not to forget a low resource setting where clamps are not possible. Even OGTTs done by Ghani's method can give you an idea about hepatic and peripheral resistance. So if at all, if you are planning for OGTT and yet you want to look at differential insulin resistance, then this is the way forward. So this is a snapshot to just guide you on how to plan your study and where exactly does a clamp fit in if you are thinking of doing insulin resistance studies. So I would like to thank Professor Nihal Thomas and the team at CMC Vellore, and also Professor Meredith Hawkins and the team at Albert Einstein Medical College, New York, USA, for the training and the years of expertise that they have gained and been my mentor for long. And also I would like to thank the audience for their patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Riddhi, for the wonderful presentation of a very extensive nature. And you have introduced many novel concepts to us also. So since we still have some time, about 10 minutes, so would you like to take questions or comments?
Yes, sure.
Fine. So the talk is now open for questions and comments. Okay, so there doesn't appear to be any question from the audience. So as a prerogative of the chair, if I may ask you, Riddhi, what about the assessment of adipose tissue insulin resistance? There are some animal studies using free fatty acids in the circulation to estimate adipose tissue insulin resistance. So any progress in this area and using, glucose or other metabolites?
Yes, so there is some part of the research that we did in the low BMI diabetes. We were also looking at what is known as the adipose tissue insulin resistance index, or ATI-RI, and that actually uses free fatty acids and traces the rate of change of free fatty acids as a function of the rate of change of the glucose. However, the landscape of looking at lipid dynamics and lipid resistance is changing rapidly. And like glucose, like the tracer studies for the glucose clamps, there are tracer studies tagged with fatty acids, which typically looks at lipid kinetics, which are being used more and more for looking at insulin resistance. However, if for all practical purposes, if we are looking at adipose tissue resistance, then that formula for insulin resistance at the adipose tissue, FFA into glucose with a constant, I'm not remembering the exact values, but it is based on FFA and glucose. So along with the glucose and insulin, at every time point, you need to measure the FFA and take a mean of that, and that should be good enough to give you an idea of the adipose resistance.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the crisp answer. So in the meantime, if there is anyone who would like to ask a question or make a comment, I don't see anybody. Professor Nilanjan Sengupta, would you like to say something? Nilanjan, you need to unmute yourself.
It was rather difficult and a bit theoretical for our students because we do not yet have the facilities, but I think you dealt with the topic in utter details. And one thing we have to know, that it's not for insulin resistance. We can utilize it beyond that. And I think that would be a good learning for the residents and also for us also. So thank you for excellent talk.
Thank you.
So if there are no more questions or comments, I, on behalf of the organizers, congratulate Dr. Riddhi Dasgupta for the excellent work that you were doing, and we wish you all the very best in your latest venture at the Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge, UK. Thank you once again. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Riddhi Dasgupta sir and Professor Sotinath Mukherjee sir. May I request Professor Nilanjan Sengupta sir, the Honorary General Secretary of Endocrine Society of Bengal, to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Oviru. All good things come to an end. So we have come to the end of this celebration of a triumphant century webinar. And I thank Oviru Banerjee for doing the job of the MC throughout flawlessly. And I thank our chief guests, all the faculty members, our guiding organizing committee headed by Professor Shubhankar Chaudhary, who has been a mentor to all of us, and furtherly Dr. Dasharthi Sarkar with their suggestions. Though I would admit most of the burden of work has been shouldered by Dr. Shomi Goswami, our very dynamic treasurer of Endocrine Society of Bengal. I take this opportunity to congratulate all the student participants of the quiz for their enthusiasm, for their courage, and for their intelligent answers and smart guesses, which made the quiz a very attractive one. And I also thank their teachers for allowing them to participate in these very difficult times when we all are fighting COVID. I thank all the audiences for their participation who on a 23rd January Sunday morning spared their time to encourage us. All the pharma companies who have sponsored different sessions, Sanofi, Novo Nordisk, Cipla, Biocon, and Lupin. And last but not the least, this has been possible with the flawless technical IT support by RX Events, headed by Dr. Hardik Chandarana. So we end this program with maybe the slogan, long live insulin. Whether we say it or not, insulin is going to stay as an important therapeutic armamentarium for the treatment of diabetes mellitus. And since this is 23rd January, we can end by saying Jai Hind, the war cry, which was coined by none other than Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. So have a great day. So I signed off on behalf of Endocrine Society of Bengal. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day. With this,